afternoon. Since we reordered the agenda, the next item will be 5B1 North Lake Boulevard. If you would, please proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon. Kashid Mahyuddin and David Ricks also will join me in this presentation. The item in front of you today is widening of North Lake Boulevard on the thoroughfare identification map for planning purposes from 120 to 142 feet to ultimately allow in the future for 8 lanes facility. Previously, Planning Commission has approved it. Has approved it 3 times. The board denied transmittal in 2023. Is back for your consideration pursuant to your direction on March 10th. What is thoroughfare right-of-way identification map? This is a long-range planning tool which identifies the network of roadways required to meet future traffic needs. I'll let David Ricks take it from here.
Thank you, Kashid. I'm David Ricks, County Engineer. So the thoroughfare right-of-way identification map develops in the 1980s, uses a foundation to determine where to make needed capacity improvements and intersections, updated as necessary by the Board of County Commissioners through the comprehensive planning process. So to give you some history, identified in 1989, the comp plan as 120-foot right-of-way. In 1992, it was increased partly to 180 and partly to 240 to accommodate drainage. In 1999, the subject segment was reduced from 120 foot to allow for ultimate 6 lanes projected at that time. Several major projects in the area has since been approved. This is a map that's showing all the development in that area. And particularly note, Westlake is slated for 4,500 homes. We've checked, 3,900 have been permitted to date. And then Indian Trail Groves, that's been permitted for 3,800 homes that has not been started yet. And then Avenir, you can see the numbers for Avenir. We asked Palm Beach Garden for an update in terms of that development, the residential and commercial. To give you an idea in terms of potential traffic volumes, currently we're looking at 6 lanes, so you can see the numbers for AM, PM, about 2,400 vehicles, 2,600 PM, and then 2035 projected 4,700 and 4,400. At a 6-lane capacity, you're pretty at near peak on 2,940 in terms of the current today's traffic. If you look at looking in the future, the 2035, the capacity is still 2,900, but you almost have 4,000 vehicles potentially. And then we did some potential timelines in terms of traffic, times. There's another way to have this conversation. Looking at basically 2026 travel data. For that one segment, about 10 minutes in AM and PM. If nothing changes, stay with the 6 lanes. Potentially in 2040, the travel times will almost over double. If you go to 8 lanes, it may reduce it down to 12 to 10 minutes accordingly. Then looking at the segment going from west to east, starting from Seminole Pratt, there's a 4-lane section that's under construction. Seminole Hall to Eastern Hall Road is under construction, $11 million project. Summer 2027 to have that finished. The next one is the Eastern Hall Road to Coconut. Bid opening next March 27. It's about a 3-year project to completion. It's about a $24 million project. And then the next section is in red. That's the item for consideration by the board today is 8 laning. And then the next section is from State Road 7 to Beeline. We've got money in the program for design in 2026 because the Amendment 3 conversation has been on hold until that Amendment 3, that issue gets resolved. But if that gets resolved as being a no, then we'll start the design on that segment. No construction dollar has been appropriate for that segment. Next, we have, in terms of the public notification, Intergovernmental Planning Amendment Review Committee, Municipality of Palm Beach Gardens, West Palm Beach, Westlake, Village of Wellington. Then we did properties within and HOAs within 1,000 feet, Indian Trail Development Districts. And then we had representatives of City of Palm Beach Gardens, spoke at the hearing on June 12th, the Planning Commission, in terms of opposition of this potential amendment. And also, we also got a letter today from the City of West Palm Beach, also asking for the opposition to this amendment. From a staff standpoint, North Lake Boulevard is a major east-west route that connects central western communities, eastern parts of the county, provides access to the B-Line, Turnpike, and 95. Traffic report for recently approved major projects in the area indicate that the widening of North Lake Boulevard 8 lanes will be necessary to accommodate projected vehicle traffic demand. And then, so from a staff standpoint, we recommend approval. The Planning Commission recommend approval 8-3, and what's been suggested, recommendation to transmit, and that is it.
And I will, if I can add, City of West Palm Beach and Palm Beach Gardens both have objected to IPAC, Intergovernmental Plan Amendment Review Committee also, so we're in that process too.
They objected to,
Widening
The
of this,
widening?
Yes.
okay. Let's take comment cards.
I got Anna Yeski, Richard Basilati, Sal Faso, Dana Middleton, Victor Martin, and Dorothea Kushner.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good
Or
afternoon.
excuse me.
I know, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon, Mayor and Vice Mayor. My name is Dana Middleton. I'm a Palm Beach Gardens resident, and I'm currently Mayor of Palm Beach Gardens and representing the City of Palm Beach Gardens, and I'm also an Avenir resident. I'm here today to respectfully ask you to deny the proposed North Lake Boulevard West Thoroughfare map amendment. Let me be clear. Palm Beach Gardens recognizes the importance of addressing traffic in our western communities. We want solutions and we want mobility. The 8-lane extension is premature. The 2050 Long-Range Transportation Plan identified this as 6 lanes, not 8 lanes, and removed the segment from the cost feasibility plan and identifies road capacity only as a local desire. Today, North Lake is already being widened to 6 lanes through the Avenir development. The Coconut Boulevard extension from North Lake to Beeline is under construction and will open in January 2027. That provides another route and another opportunity to move traffic through this growing area. The new intersection at North Lake and Beeline will also improve flow. Second, Avenir Town Center is now open and beginning to change travel patterns in this area. Third, we need to consider induced demand. Fourth, adaptive signaling technology is being incorporated to allow traffic signals to respond more intelligently to actual traffic conditions. And State Road 7 is another critical part of this future network. We need to see how North Lake, Coconut, and State Road 7 and the new Avenir Town Center work together as a network and not evaluate North Lake in isolation. Finally, the impacts on our residents and community are significant. This corridor directly affects Vintage Oaks, Rustic Lakes, Osprey Isles, Carlton Oaks, Ibis, the shops at Ibis, and the city-owned Sandhill Crane Golf Club. A wider roadway simply does not mean adding 2 lanes. It can mean impacts to property, landscaping, walls, utilities, noise buffers, and potentially private property acquisition. These are real impacts to real people. Commissioners, we're not asking to ignore traffic. We're asking you that you be thoughtful in solving it. Let's complete the 6 laning. Let's complete Coconut Boulevard. Let's complete the intersection of Beeline and North Lake. And let's allow Avenir Town Center to open, establish its new traffic patterns. And then let's implement and measure adaptive signaling improvements. Let's allow State Road extension to become part of the regional network. And then let's evaluate the traffic demand, what it actually looks like before we permanently commit to this corridor to 8 lanes. 8 lanes would create traffic. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny North Lake Boulevard West Tim amendment. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarity, I thought we had indicated 2 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, but,
I think that was just an oversight.
okay,
Sorry.
sorry.
No
You-
worries.
Mayor, you got an extra one.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Ready? Yeah, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. My name is Sal Faso. I'm here as the president of the North County Neighborhood Coalition. Let me give you one little bit of historical information on the NCNC. We started with 2 people, me and another gentleman, and now we have 66,000 residents in 24 communities that are members of the NCNC. We are not a political arm. We don't tell you how to vote. All we tell you to do is go vote. And obviously, we wish every candidate good luck in that respect. We are here to oppose State Road 7, well, we oppose that as well, but that's not the subject of the day. The subject of the day, obviously, is the widening of North Lake Boulevard. I believe the gentleman who said August 23rd was the last denial. I was here a year ago, August 25, and the vote was 6-1 against. Mayor Baxter abstaining voted in approval. So the residents on North Lake Boulevard did not change. There's one resident that's one community in Ibis, and the other community in West Palm Beach, and the other communities are all in Palm Beach Gardens. So categorically, by a vast majority, all the residents that we've talked to are opposed to that. Now, the theory that widening roads relieves traffic doesn't hold true here. To demonstrate, it's a sad note to demonstrate very candidly, but it is. There's 84 weeks between all of 2025 and August of this year. You care to guess how many incidences we've had of speeding? 3 deaths in that span of that road, 89 traffic incidences. Speeding, collisions requiring police or medical attention. It's not a safe road. We're here on a safety issue, not denying the congestion, although I've traveled that road every day purposely to see where the traffic was. It's a seasonality issue. And as a school system, when the season is over and school is over, you can sail right through there with no problem. And I didn't hear that discussed this morning during your course with the consultants, the impact of seasonality. So we wish you would deny the application. This is the 6th time that this TIM has come before this board.
Thank you, Mr.
And it's been rejected
Awesome.
all the time. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Victor Martin. I'm the HOA President of Carlton Oaks. I am also a Director on the NCNC. I represent the communities on the north side of North Lake. And what I'd like to offer is that I don't understand 6 lanes going to 8, going back to 6. And I do, as already been mentioned, I support the concept that you take the solution. I have 2 solutions, which have really, in a way, been mentioned. You take State Route 7, and you make it 6 lanes all the way to Beeline. That way you have consistent flow of 6 lanes from the golf course all the way to Beeline. The real problem is that construction at Beeline. That's the holdup, not anything else in between. And also, this morning it took 14 minutes at 7 o'clock to get to Beeline. During the day, I can do it in 7 minutes from my home in Carlton Oaks to Beeline. That's what the status right now is of actual movement. I like to talk about real movement and not numbers. I also support the idea that another solution is that Coconut through Avenir. It's 4 lanes, 45 miles an hour, no traffic lights. If you want to get to PGA Boulevard and points on PGA, or if you want to go north, that is the route to take. Go through Avenir. It'll be done in January 27. The other thing that's not mentioned that I know of in the TIM is that there's no allowance or numbers for when that Coconut is completed. What's the relief of the volume and the pressure on North Lake? Not only to Beeline, but think about all the way to Military, the relief of traffic. It's a new north-south road. The next true north-south road is Military. So with these considerations, you need to wait and let things come out, as been mentioned, and see how 6 lanes, that's where you put your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for the cards?
Nope, I got Dorothea Kushner. And did Anna leave? Yeski? I think she left. And Mr. Richard. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hello again. So I'm listening to what the mayor of Gardens had to say, and I can't disagree with her. However, if this is ever to be implemented to 8 lanes, it needs to go all the way east to the B line. Yes, we have some roads that are coming, talking about Coconut North. State Road 7 is an absolute must. That has to be finished. You know, we just had the CSX Railroad closure, and I do believe, you know, I was part of that, working with that with Indian Trail plus Fire Rescue. I was very involved with Fire Rescue at our command post. And yes, the residents along North Lake in those areas were not happy with the CSX Railroad closure. So we got to keep that in mind. You know, my years of fire rescue, I've had multiple crashes out there on North Lake, whether it was at the 2-lane section or the 4-lane section, involved fatalities, serious trauma alerts. And when North Lake is shut down, it's an instant 2-hour minimum turnaround to get out of the acreage, and IBIS and the rest of those for actually worse. So that is something to really consider. Also, if the roads are widened, what can also happen is that from fire rescue in coordination with law enforcement, depending on the severity of the crash, sometimes these investigations take a long time and the roads are shut down. But if it's 6 lanes or possibly 8 lanes in the future, you can divert traffic into incoming lanes with the careful coordination of law enforcement to still get people out. It would be a slow go. But, you know, earlier it was mentioned, you know, when we were talking about the iPark and how to relieve this traffic congestion, we gotta stop approving so much development. I find it interesting that we're building all these homes along North Lake, and IBIS was the very beginning of the root of problems out west. I'm sorry to say that, but it is true. And now we're complaining about roads and water contamination, and it has absolutely nothing to do with drinking water. It's a not in my backyard type of situation. But yes, 6 lanes. If we're gonna go 8, it's gotta go all the way east to the B line. Thank you.
David, I had similar questions on a different road.
Yes, ma'am.
Why does engineering suggest the 6, why would it go to 8 and then back to 6?
Well, the section of 6 lanes, let me go back to the map.
If you can pull up that section.
I'm doing it now. So that section of 6 lane going from State Road 7 to the B line, there's no intersection, so you got more capacity even though it's only 6 lanes. The section of 8 lanes, you've got different intersections, and the mayor's comment, the other mayor comment about the adaptive signal can improve capacity, but based upon, in terms of modeling, you would definitely need potentially 8 lanes in the future. I think the concern, read up by some of the HOAs in terms of if you go, you need an extra 10 feet on each side in order to widen it. We have not done any studies in terms of how that would be accomplished. And so there needs to be some more, I'll say, feasibility engineering to look at how, if you want to look at potential 8 laning, and also looking at the potential positive impact for Coconut going north and some other things, and put that together, all together, and come back with a recommendation with some engineering analysis to lay this thing out. So.
But just to clarify, the
That's right.
reason you're asking for 8 lanes in just that one section is because of the neighborhoods and the traffic coming in and off of the road?
That is correct. That is
And the
correct.
reason that it is 6 in the other ones is it's more of a straight,
That is correct.
uninterrupted
That is
flow
correct.
of traffic.
That is correct.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, and to other people's recollection, yeah, we voted on this multiple times. There's no need for this. I disagree. You're going to go from 4 lanes to 6 lanes to 8 lanes to 6 lanes, and that it is ridiculous. I will tell you, there are homes that are within 40 feet of that roadway today, and then you're going to widen it? That's unacceptable. And you're going to put those people, literally going to put cars in their backyards. That's not okay. You're going to devalue their properties. And and for what? You haven't even finished your 6 laning anywhere. So to come in here today and ask for us to again, and I know this was not, you guys didn't bring this back, that was something the board did, but I brought this up because I was concerned about that 6 laning not moving. And then I find out, of course, that we have planning money, but we haven't spent it for the design of that section between B-line. That should have been done at the same time that the B-line work was being done. We should have coordinated with that because these people's lives have been disrupted because of that. Obviously, I mean, progress does have impacts on people, but that should have been done at the same time. So I will tell you, I'm not going to support this. I have a letter. I represent a good portion of the city of West Palm Beach. They do not want this. The city of Palm Beach Gardens doesn't want it. The residents that live out there don't want it. You're going to have to take land by eminent domain. And that's going to cost a fortune. So I think until we get to the point where you finish these other projects, then maybe you can bring this back and it might make sense. But today, it's an absolute no for me.
David, would properties need to be eminent domained?
We have to do an analysis. We haven't done no engineering in terms of how we would do that potential 8-laning. And so there's environmental issues, there's some right-of-way issues, some other things. And so you need an engineering analysis in order to do that. And so we have not done anything since the last time the board said no in 2023 in terms of any detailed engineering analysis. No money has been appropriated to do that next step.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been battling this for 6 years. Every time this comes to the board, it gets voted down. I don't know why we are here again today. I am not in support of this. And if you read the 2,000 pages of the countywide transportation master plan, there is one reference to widening North Lake Boulevard from 6 lanes to 8 lanes on about a 1.5 mile stretch of roadway that in today's current estimation from this was, this is your own work, by the way, over $36 million. And in 2023, from staff's estimation, it was $19 million. So in 3 years, it's doubled in price. One of the reasons we didn't widen North Lake Boulevard from B-line to 95 was it was in excess of over $50 million to acquire right-of-way and all of the design and the utilities and everything else. This stretch of road from Seminole Pratt to the B-line is about 8.7 miles. You want to widen a very small portion of that roadway, where at one end you're going to have the continuation of State Road 7, and at the other end you have the punch-through from North Lake Boulevard to the B-line through Avenir and through Coconut, sorry. Folks in Ibis will have another way out when they have State Road 7. This is uncalled for, overly expensive, and doesn't solve the problem, because you're going from, right now, 2 lanes to 4 lanes to 6 lanes, actually 5 lanes to 6 lanes, back to 4 lanes. When you change lanes, when you go from smaller to larger and larger to smaller, those are your choke points. Get North Lake Boulevard done, 6 lanes. 6 lanes from just near it's Coconut to B-line. Let the traffic flow the way it is. If there is an incident and we have to close a lane, we still have 2 lanes to work with. But making this 8 lanes when it's been voted down over and over and over by this board, this is not acceptable. As many times as the word North Lake Boulevard was in the CTMP, and trust me, I read it, I know how many times it was in there, once, just once, did it say possibly 6 to 8 lanes, and that was when it was considered as screened further on the 2050 plan. So I am not in favor of this. I have not been in the past. I will not be in the future. I'm pretty adamant, I guess you can tell. Thank you. And if you want all the paperwork that shows all the things I just said, I'm happy to supply it.
David, why does this keep coming back to us?
Well, there was board direction in March to bring this back, and so we went through that process, and the last public hearing was the Planning Commission, June 12th, and next step is here before you today for further consideration.
And how long has staff been recommending this?
It's been multiple years on this.
Now, we have over 40,000 residents that live in the Acreage and Loxahatchee area. We have now Westlake in the middle of that, and we have 4,000 approved units to be built by GL
Correct. That hasn't been started yet.
that haven't even been started. We have thousands and thousands of more units to come on, and staff is telling us that we need 8 lanes in this section. Am I missing something?
No, you hit the nail on the head.
So, again, we keep hearing about traffic congestion, and we really felt that when the CSX closure happened, right? And having no other ways. And yes, fortunately, there will be a route through Avenir, but there are still multiple people who are traveling down North Lake. Whenever there's an accident, what's the average holdup? 2 hours, if not more. And, you know, Supervisor Vasilati and I do not agree on much, but having those extra lanes, does that provide a place for our first responders to pull over and park so that traffic can keep flowing should there be an accident?
Yes, it does.
So it provides extra space. And we keep having this back and forth with going back and forth, which community? Is it the 40,000 plus people that already live in the Acreage, Loxahatchee area? Or is it the newly built Avenir? Is it, you know, Ibis, who's been there quite a while? I mean, we're weighing the betterment of traffic flow, and we have our engineers and traffic staff telling us this is what we need to help with the traffic flow and to at least look at it. Isn't this not even saying we're doing it? This is just giving you guys the ability to research it?
That is correct. We have not spent any money since the last board decision on this, and so what you have is just basically planning numbers. And so to really think this through, we would have to spend some money and do an engineering analysis in terms of the right-of-way impacts and other things and come back with an analysis to the board.
But you can't even do an analysis without us approving this, right?
That is correct.
Commissioner, well, actually, Vice Mayor Woodward is first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions
Sure.
here. You indicated that you have not done a study as to how we would do this. We do not understand currently how much eminent domain we're talking about. You haven't done an engineering analysis on this. How are you recommending it if none of those things have been done?
Well, we can't.
And before you answer, one other
Sure.
point, I'm looking at the front page of this, and it's saying commission districts. We have Commissioners Marino and Weiss who have been, it runs through their districts who've been abundantly clear. This is, I hear you. I'm just, help me understand how you're recommending something without having done any of the work that would be required to actually recommend doing this. And I understand, you know, you have to spend money on it, but we have 2 district commissioners that this impacts their districts adamantly against it.
And one for it.
So,
It's not,
Oh, this is District 6.
so,
well, I'm just going off the paperwork here. It says commission districts, and there's 2 listed, districts 1 and 2. So if it's,
So Marino's north of North Lake, I'm south of North Lake.
okay, so 2 out of 3 commissioners, apparently, that this impacts, have very strong opinions against it, 1 for. I'm not really understanding how, as we're getting a staff recommendation, if you haven't done any of the work to actually recommend it.
So the development order for basically Avenir, the traffic report, it talked about 8+ lanes for North Lake. And so that's how these recommendations came up several years ago, because we were at 4 lanes, so we need to get to 6 lanes, and it says, well, let's look at the traffic report, let's look at the traffic studies, and this is 8+. And so we started coming back with a recommendation. No, I do concur that That's just what the traffic report says. But in order to come to an actual understanding in terms of to spend the money for the construction, you need to do an analysis in terms of the current projections and all the development that's going on, and also the other related construction work, like State Road 7, Coconut, and come up with the current today's analysis and saying that, well, do we need more than 6 lanes?
Well, do you
But-
have to do a full one of those sets of analysis to actually tell us whether or not we
Ye-
would have
yes,
to
you would.
eminent domain?
Yes, you would, because what you do is you would look at the current traffic reports and do some projections, and then if 8 lane is a possibility, how would you do that? And come up with an analysis how you would do that.
Okay,
But,
sir, sorry. I'm
yes, go ahead.
not an engineer, but just I know to do 8 lanes, you
Right.
need X number of feet.
Right.
Do we have that feet without having to eminent domain property?
I have to do a detailed analysis in order to do that, okay? Yeah.
Couple things if I could, Vice Mayor. One, I'm going to call your attention, you're asking about the data and analysis. A TIM amendment is very high level. You're just setting the ultimate right of way. So if I'll call your attention to page 6 in the staff report, that very high level traffic study is right there. You see with the peak hour, AM peak trips, 2478, the roadway capacity is 2940. So we're almost at peak at this point. Go down the next column. On an 8-lane divided, the capacity is 3940. The projections we have for traffic are that there'll be 4,750 AM peak trips in 2035. So that's the information we're working off. It's not a full counter study and deep dive like you might see in your typical zoning reports, but you've got that larger big picture analysis that's there. Your question on eminent domain, no, we wouldn't have done that as well if board direction was to go back and look deeper at it. But again, you're setting the ultimate right away. Sometimes through the course of new projects coming through, we can get our hands on property. Sometimes through the course of absolutely having to do eminent domain, we have to do that. We're building a new road. I can tell you Congress Avenue from North Lake connecting up, we've had to do a lot of right-of-way acquisition. So it does happen. But the goal with this, when you're amending the TIM, is setting what the ultimate right-of-way. It does not mean you're going to build it at that moment by any means.
Okay, well, I guess my question just is, because you've had 2 commissioners indicate that we would have to eminent domain, there's properties
You
40
would.
40
There's an
feet.
excellent chance you would need to acquire property to make this happen.
I mean, they would have to leave their house?
I have been
Not
told
necess-
up to 9 houses potentially. Is that, it
I-
feels like you're asking us to sort of make a decision when we don't really have enough of this type of information. And I know, I'm not asking for a full-fledged, we don't use schematic, but if we're talking about eminent domaining 9 properties, that's a big ask.
So I would point out the difference in eminent domaining just on property versus what you might be thinking about, going into the front yard of a home or a home for that matter. And I'll look to Mr. Ricks. I don't remember any discussions or needs to acquire any homes. Would it be taking property? Absolutely. That would need to happen. Going into homes, acquiring homes, I don't want to say with 100% certainty that's not the case, but I've not heard that at all through any of these discussions.
Commissioner Sacks?
Move to dismiss the amendment. Oh, to deny. Sorry. No appeal. No appeal.
Commissioner-
With prejudice. Motion to deny.
Commissioner Weiss?
I'll third.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sacks. I have a second by Commissioner Weiss. We'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Flores. Correct. Commissioner Marino.
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Powell.
He's not here.
Commissioner Sacks.
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes to deny.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Yes to deny.
Mayor Baxter.
No.
That is 6 to 1.
Thank
Or
you.
I'm sorry, 5 to 1.
We are on Ag Reserve.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jeff Gagnon, Interim Planning Director. This is follow-up to the board conversation on July 14th in regards to the Ag Reserve. The board provided staff with guidance to work with community stakeholders to develop a new master plan, return with additional information and recommendations in the future, continue to support agriculture and the nursery industry, as well as there was questions that staff was going to report back on for potential costs, whether or not this was a consultant or staff-led process, as well as options for pending applications within the Ag Reserve. So first item was work with community stakeholders to develop a new master plan. With that, staff is proposing a series of public meetings in order to develop a scope of work for the board's consideration in the future. We want to make sure that we consider all aspects of this and make sure that this is creating a master plan or an overlay or a corridor study, whatever seems most appropriate to satisfy the board's desires, as well as the comments and questions of the community within the Ag Reserve. A lot of the conversations leading up to this point have painted a pretty good picture of where we should take our next steps. However, we want to be sure that we've allowed the opportunity for participation from anyone within the Ag Reserve or any other stakeholders that might have other comments. Again, we want to make sure that those voices are heard. So with that, we would have at least 2, if not 3, publicly noticed community meetings. We can then have breakout meetings for any sort of unique groups, whether that's equestrian industry groups or other unique groups within the Ag Reserve, as well as with industry experts. And then with that, we would provide a synthesis of responses back to the board, and that would lead into the second item that the board directed staff to pursue as far as coming back with additional information and recommendations. So with that, we would provide all of the input from the community and make sure that we were hitting the mark accurately as far as what the board's direction and guidance was, as far as what the board was looking to accomplish. We also wanted to, again, provide another opportunity for board input to make sure that we're on task. The third item was continue conversations with the ag industry, and we heard that loud and clear. We are continuing conversations with the Palm Beach County Cooperative Extension, as well as participating actively within the Agriculture Enhancement Council, as far as being a liaison and resource to make sure that those conversations continue and that there's no gaps in communication. So one of the more current needs of farmers within the Ag Reserve has to do with farm worker housing. So we're looking to come up with a solution. Right now, it's both a policy-related issue as well as a potential kind of building and construction-related issues. So we're taking a two-prong approach to make sure that we're satisfying the needs of those farmers to make sure that they can be successful into the future. But again, this is for really anything to do with enhancing the Ag Reserve and those agricultural aspects that are very important for this tier. One of the questions had to do with potential costs. So staff was able to get general costs, and of course this would be depending on future scope of work if that's what the board desired. At this point, staff believes we can accomplish the board's directives. So there really is no additional cost proposed at this point in time. In general, consulting costs can range anywhere from $150 to $350 an hour, as well as an estimate of about $10,000 to $15,000 per community meeting. Again, that would vary depending on the scope and expectations, but this is something that staff believes we can carry the torch forward on and proceed without additional consultants. Interestingly, we went back and we looked at the process that was utilized back in 2014 and 2015 when the last large agricultural reserve tier conversation occurred. And we did realize that there was a facilitator that was brought in towards the end of that conversation to really tie up any loose ends. So that could be an option that the board considers moving forward. It's not something that we're asking a recommendation on at this point in time, but just something to consider as we get to that final step in the future. The estimated cost for that was approximately $20,000.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
So to bring in somebody is gonna cost 10 to 15,000 per meeting?
Those were based on
Where do I
current
get that
numbers.
contract? Anybody here? That's-
It might be significantly undervalued or underestimated, but that was the numbers I had access to quickly.
All right.
So maybe someone get a deal. Moving into options for pending applications within the Ag Reserve. So staff is proceeding to process applications. However, as we saw earlier this morning, one of the applicants did seek a postponement, which was granted by the board. That project's actually listed in the PowerPoint as far as one of the 5 active applications within the Ag Reserve for Happy Hollow. So the agent or property owner may seek postponement. However, these are legislative items, so anything to do with a future land use amendment or a text amendment, you have legislative discretion to move forward with that item as you see fit. I won't speak for Darren, but it seems as if there's a very broad array of categories that could be utilized to make that decision. So it's not as strict scrutiny as it would be for a zoning application. So just the fact that we're moving forward with conversations about the Ag Reserve may be adequate justification to deny an application for moving forward because it's legislative in nature. And then once again, to touch on those 5 active applications, we, starting the day, had 2 on our agenda. We now just have 1, which is West Boynton Ranches, which is the next item up. And we have others that are pending, both Park West North and Park West South, which I believe have been postponed until October. And then Amerigrow is very early in the process, and we don't have any dates set for that project at this point in time. So staff is recommending that we proceed with development of a scope of work, and we're requesting a motion to direct staff to proceed with those community meetings to develop a project scope for the board's consideration in the near future. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Thanks so much, Mayor. As you know, this is my district, and I want to thank staff tremendously for the work that you have done with the meetings and your survey. I want to thank the Executive Board of COBRA for becoming very involved in this as well, the bus trip and the survey, and we've had numerous meetings over at Canyons, which has been very, very helpful. And I want to thank also Irish Acres Sarah for getting involved in this. This is a big deal for those of us who live and work and play in the Ag Reserve. And what I may do, and I also see many of the farmers who have been here for a while, I want to thank Jennifer Morton, and Neil Schiller, and many of our developers, Jim Knight, Miskel, for becoming part of our discussion. These are our stakeholders. Of course, if my colleague wants to come in and be contracted with this, we might discuss that. But these stakeholders, colleagues, have volunteered to become part of the conversation because they are the conversation. And nobody is better to discuss what should go on with land amendments and zoning than the people who live, work, and play there. So I have consulted with our attorneys as well as with the folks I have just mentioned, and our engineers in terms of the infrastructure. And we're going to be asking, as I've noted before in letters to y'all, a moratorium until we, for a time certain, so that we can discuss this fully with the task holders and with staff to come up with a plan. At this time, what we may want to do is have some public, I think we have public hearings, comments that want to be heard, and I'll be more than happy to hear from them with my colleagues. But what I'm asking for basically is a volunteer group of stakeholders, some of which have been promoted by our own staff, and some of which were staff when this plan was developed in the early 2000s. So with that, Madam Mayor, maybe we could go ahead to the public comment and then we can discuss it further. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Attorney Darren, did you need to comment?
Yeah, I did. I have not been consulted about this idea of the moratorium. It is my opinion that with Senate Bill 180, we cannot do a moratorium on zoning applications, because by doing so, we would be making a more restrictive or burdensome amendment to our ULDC.
Appreciate your comments, but I've spoken to to Mr. Otti, your boss, about 3 weeks ago. So this is something that we can move forward. If you'd like to give your opinion, that's what you're being paid to do. But however, no.
Well, Mr. Otti has
sir,
told me
if I may finish.
opposite.
All right, go ahead. Speak. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Mr. Otti, I believe, agrees with me. In fact, we just discussed it the other day. So that's the county attorney's position. You are free to ignore it if that's what you choose to do. But as far as the comprehensive plan is concerned, there's some more flexibility in that. Our comprehensive plan and our ULDC say we can have up to 4 intakes a year for comprehensive plan amendments. We only have 2 left for this year, so you could give direction to staff to limit the applications that they take for the rest of this year. And then for the following year, you could also give direction to staff concerning that.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. However, I did speak with Mr. Otti before I sent the letter to everybody, as well as to Mr. Otti. I think that the moratorium legal requirements for a time certain, and I have listed on my request 60 to 90 days. We may not need 90 days. We may need only 60 days. And I think that I've spoken to those applicants. How many do you have, Mr. Lesser? How many applicants are you referring to?
I don't have any applicants.
Okay, that's
I'm the
good.
lawyer.
Okay, well, we're fine then. We can go ahead and proceed with public comment. Thank you, sir.
All right, I got Joe O'Donnell, Benjamin Morris, Gail Ladd. We have 2 podiums, so please come up. Don't all run at once. Harry. True forward. There you go. Thank you. Barbara Roth, Neil Schiller. I'll recognize you today. Dr. Kara Fishbein. I apologize if I butchered that last one. Go ahead, Gail.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Gail Ladd from Jupiter. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, as you probably remember. But the Agricultural Reserve, as we know, is a special area. It has been continuously amended to allow more and more commerce and development, shrinking its original purpose. Residents in the Ag Reserve have responded to the survey heartily agree that no more commerce is desired.
Yeah, you can just give them all.
As housing is needed, however, may it only be for the farm workers so that they may live near their work. I request that no more privately initiated amendments for future land use zoning be added to add commerce be accepted. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Joe O'Donnell. Our family owns Irish Acres in the Ag Reserve. First of all, I was encouraged to hear Jeff's comments to open this topic. And I'd like to thank all of you for taking time, particularly you, Commissioner Sachs, for your efforts here. I represent SARA today. It's a group, I think you all know, it's a group of 14 farms and ag businesses in the Ag Reserve that want to stay in business. And I would emphasize to staff, we very much, as a group, want to be involved in this. We haven't had any contacts from you yet. Second, I'd like to share a story about Commissioner Weiss. About 6 years ago, we were trying to get the county to live up to commitments to build a rural parkway along Lyons Road, which they had promised to do when Lyons Road was built and cut through many horse farms and destroyed paths, trails. It never got built. And I may have gotten carried away with my enthusiasm, in Commissioner's opinion, during this meeting, which I can do. My daughter tries to control that. So I said, the county has done nothing for agriculture in the Ag Reserve, for farmers. So Commissioner asked staff, okay, what has the county done? He got the answer back, nothing for agriculture in agriculture, 6 years ago. What's happening today? My biased opinion, the county continues not to do anything to support farmers in the Ag Reserve. In fact, we're constantly fighting developments that destroy our farming business or come close to it, eliminating horse trails, eliminating roads between farms for connectivity. This is really important to do. So I encourage you to spend the resources and take the time to evaluate this. Thank you very much. And again, Jeff, thank you for your comments. I think they were right on.
Please don't go anywhere.
Joe, I got a question for you. When you say we haven't done anything for agriculture and farmers.
Farmers in the Ag Reserve.
Right. What, if there's one thing we could do, right, because we're talking about a master plan, what is that one thing this board can do to help our farmers and our agriculture? And the reason I'm asking is because what I'm seeing is that some farmers have sold out, and they're selling out to these developers. So how do we change the environment so that we're able to then help our farmers in our agriculture industry?
It's a good question. So to belong to Sarah, about farmers selling, you have to commit that you're not going to sell for 2 years. That's a criteria. Everybody then has roughly the same agenda. And farmers have been selling a lot, but it's decreasing dramatically now. And in fact, what you're seeing, there's 6 groups, families, that are members of Sarah, that the businesses have been or are being handed down to the next generation. There needs to be something left for that generation. Right now, one of the things the county could do, for example, when they're looking at new applications, if they're not on thoroughfare roads, the county doesn't investigate in depth. This is just an ongoing practice. What's happening to the secondary or rural roads? Most of the farms on the Ag Reserve, are no longer on the main thoroughfares. Those have been sold. The rest of the activity is on the secondary roads or non-thoroughfare roads. Okay. Investigating those as though they were applications, as though they were on the thoroughfare roads, would then give the opportunity for the farms affected to talk about how the connectivity between their fields is cut, in our case, how horse trails are being cut in half. It's a process of reviewing, and the county can adjust that whenever they choose, if they choose.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Yep.
Hello, Linda Smith, Sierra Club, Jupiter, Florida. I would like to ask the board to direct staff to work with all of Palm Beach County residents. We are all stakeholders in the Ag Reserve. The entire county greatly benefits from the Ag Reserve, local produce, plants, flood control, and a way of life. The Ag Reserve is on life support because commissioners continue to approve privately initiated amendments. Leave it alone. Special favors for favorite people. Recommend staff to disregard any data gleaned from the flawed Ag Reserve public survey. The survey was skewed to the benefit of development and developers and not really accessible to the rest of the county. There has been a great deal of time and resources spent in the Ag Reserve. I have 3 suggestions. A 2-year moratorium on privately initiated development in the Ag Reserve. I don't think that's going to run into issues with Senate Bill 180, but maybe it does. We've already spent over a year with no real resolution. Number 2, during the moratorium, do not review or consider any privately initiated amendments. Has anyone totaled the price tag on staff and the public to prepare for discussing privately initiated amendments and increase the impact fees on developments, earmark the funds for transportation improvements throughout the county? Yeah, the development in the Ag Reserve might add a light or a turning lane, but their project will put an impact all over the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you for the time. Again, my name is Harry Shuford. I live in the Four Seasons community on State Road 7, just north of Atlantic. While I am retired, I do have a professional interest in today's topic. I was the executive director of the redevelopment agency in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, dealing with, in that case, brownfields, contaminated properties. But I was also an adjunct professor at the Ag School at Rutgers and dealt specifically with farmland preservation and indeed how to keep young farmers able to keep farming on land that was priced for development. I ended my career as chief economist for NCCI, probably the largest employer in Palm Beach County that nobody has heard of. And then I noticed in July 14th, somebody mentioned they had a doctorate. Well, I also have a PhD, mine's in economics from Yale. So all of this economic stuff comes to me. And what I'd like to do briefly is to try to shift the discussion from how do we use the land in the Ag Reserve to how do we use the resources in the Ag Reserve. As the previous speaker said, the Ag Reserve is of value to not the 22,000 residents and farmers there, but also to the entire 1.5 million people who call Palm Beach County home. And let me just give you one example. I could talk about recreation and so on, but let me give you education. The Ag Reserve can be a living museum, and it can be a classroom and a laboratory. You can talk about biology, geology, civics, economics, finance, business, nutrition, an enormous educational opportunity working with the farmers and the farmland in this community. I could talk the same thing about recreation, but I really just wanted to get people to think differently about the Ag Reserve. It's more than just the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
My goodness, good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you. Barbara Roth for COBRA. I am grateful to the previous speaker for recognizing this is not just for the residents of the Ag Reserve. I say this over and over again, COBRA, the Ag Reserve is a very small portion of COBRA. We stretch from the east, 55 square miles, to the west. This is a difficult position for us. Of course, the suggestion by Commissioner Sachs for a moratorium makes sense to us because what we have in front of us are some results from a survey, albeit a very flawed survey. But I think what people ultimately have said is they don't want more at this point. So if we are at a juncture where we're going to begin to look at that survey and review and have an advisory panel of experts and citizens. I was asked to submit some names for that. Thank you very much, and we have some learned people. COBRA, I'd like that contract to be the facilitator, frankly, and I'll do it for nothing. But COBRA wants to work with the applications that are there. As a matter of fact, today we have an application coming up. We have that obligation to you and to the residents. I will speak to that later, but we also understand that we have decisions to make. You have decisions to make, and where are we at this point if we make decisions on some projects and hold up other projects unless there is a moratorium. So I'm prepared to speak on other projects, but at this moment in time, I thank Commissioner Sachs for the suggestion of a moratorium. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Schiller, for those of you who don't recognize me. I'm a resident in the Ag Reserve, in addition to representing several developers in the Ag Reserve. I appreciate Commissioner Sachs's perspective and a position about proposing a moratorium. I just don't agree at this time for several reasons. Senate Bill 180 severely lacks your ability to prevent stricter regulations as far as zoning and comprehensive plan policies. That's number one. Number two, your staff just said that they were going to embark on at least 2 or 3 more meetings. Clearly, the survey that was done previously that I participated in, a lot of the residents think was flawed. Maybe it was flawed. And if it was flawed, maybe we need to do a new survey. And then lastly, the lack of public notice on this moratorium to be discussed today. I think if this was in the agenda as a potential item, you would have a lot more people here, not just talking about the countywide transportation master plan, but you would have more residents, you would have more business interests here talking and probably opposing a moratorium at this time. I just don't think we're ready to approve a moratorium limiting all land use and applications in the Ag Reserve. And last thing that I remind you is that property owners in the Ag Reserve do have property rights. And that's something that we can't overlook even when we're discussing a moratorium. And lastly, I completely appreciate your 60 to 90 days. If we could get this done in 60 or 90 days, that would be one thing, but it takes a long time for this county to move. 2 years is an extremely long time, and I'd ask you to consider these things when you vote on a moratorium today. So thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
All right, we have Dr. Kara Fishbein, Benjamin Morris, Judy Hill, Matthew Pinchtick, Jim Knight, and Mike Atchison. Judy left, okay.
That's it, I guess. Hi, Matt Pinchick, Jack Coral Stables, off of Smith Sunday Road. I've met many of you at our farm. We have 26 horses on the property. It's been really challenging with all the construction that's been on Happy Hollow with the trucks coming down. Trucks and equine is really not compatible. We actually had a woman who was thrown off a horse. As a result, we believe, it's hard to really precisely say, had a spinal injury as a result of it. And that's in this approximate 5 years that we've owned the farm. We support the moratorium for the ag, at the same time support farm worker housing and other things that are compatible. I personally provide equine therapy for children of special needs, which is a severely underserved community. And I often do that free of charge. These are families that don't have resources, and it helps children who are both nonverbal and have other developmental issues. Equine therapy is very helpful. The trucks have so dramatically increased, which I thought would have changed once the, I don't know whether I should be calling it a distribution center or a warehouse, because what's approvable, but it's not even occupied, and there's been so much construction. So, I believe in property rights. My family did development in New York. I was by title an assistant chief, New York City Fire EMS, 41 years, responding to people of need. This is my life dedication to help these kids and families who come on a daily basis. And I can see people here that have been to the farm. The development, I was told when we bought the farm that it was in perpetuity, that we could count on this being agricultural. And, I live in a GL community, and I understand development. We go back and forth on a daily basis. But, to take the trails away, which are a real problem, and I support Joe in all of his statements, You know, we try to ride between the farms. It's impossible if this development continues. Thank you to all of you for your help.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mike Atchison. I'm a grower in the Ag Reserve. I'm also the past president of the Palm Beach, Florida Nursery Growers and Landscape Association. I sit on Palm Beach County's Horticulture Advisory Board. I sit on the Palm Beach State College Business Horticulture Advisory Board, and I am also on the Palm Beach County Ag Enhancement Council in the Ag Reserve seat. I want to thank all of you for pushing this forward on the master plan. This is something that the Ag Reserve has needed for a long time. And I want to thank staff. I've spoken with a lot of them over the last few months. I think they're fully capable of handling this. I don't think we need anybody else to come in. I'm here today to push for two things for the board to direct towards staff. First being an agriculture adaptation strategy, something that would maybe include farm worker housing, nursery landscape co-op, agritourism, anything else that may come up. I'm a nurseryman. I don't know what the equine guys need. I don't know what the row crop guys need. I mean, we're probably 70% the same, but there's some that puts us apart. And the other thing I want to ask the board to do is make sure that the stakeholders that are involved in the Ag Reserve are at this table. We don't need one guy representing the Ag Reserve. Again, our interests are all different all across the board, and I think it's very important to get this right and to have the next 20 or 25 years look good. We get everybody's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores has a question for you. Mike?
Mike, can I ask you, you mentioned three items. One was farm worker housing. I think you said ag tourism. And what was the second one? The nursery?
It's probably the most important one to me. I know there's other farmers here, bigger nurseries, that the farm worker housing would be more important for them. But the nursery landscape co-op is something that we've been trying to get back for a long time. I cannot right now start a landscaping operation with my business. I can't install my own plants. I can't do anything outside of just being pure ag. And I think it should be taken a step further of me being able to not just me be able to install my plants, but if I have a landscaper that I work with on the day-to-day and he needs somewhere to park his vehicles, I think we should come up with a strategy that I can rent space to him, he can use my products, and we can keep this going forward. We just got to find ways, strategic ways for agriculture to be successful coming up. I mean, we were promised one thing 20 years ago when all this happened. We've lived under those rules. We've dealt with those rules. We've abided by them, and we've constantly had them chipped away at us. We need a little bit more support so that my daughters, they're going to take over the nursery, they can move forward. You know, any little thing that we can do to help bring in some more revenue would help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jim Knight again. I have a lot of history with the Ag Reserve. I started to learn to drive where Maria Sachs lives at 13 years old in Horseshoe Acres. I've sat on LDRAB on and off for probably about 18 years. I was very much involved with the landscape services, and when they actually came out and made changes so landscape services could be in the Ag Reserve. Today, the Ag Reserve consists of 34 square miles, 22,000 acres. Of that, 13,378 acres are preserved. That's 61% of the Ag Reserve. Many of the nursery owners out there and so forth have sold off their development rights to GL Homes and so forth. Everybody that lives pretty much, other than maybe Dickie Bowman and a few other people out in the Ag Reserve back in the day, they live on what was row crops at one point in time. So homes were built where those row crops were. So we've got a ton of preserved land out there, 13,378 acres, 61%. We're down to the last 3 or 4% of the entire Ag Reserve with development rights left. Now, if the county's thinking, hey, let's go back and put all the development rights back on the properties out there, that may be something different, and that may be something to take a moratorium and look at. But if you're really just looking at and finishing up with the balance of the Ag Reserve that has development rights, and with properties that front on 441, front on Boynton Beach Boulevard, Atlantic Avenue, so forth, I think that's something that can be handed with and dealt with. And I have nothing, I think it's a good idea if the nursery people want to be able to park their trucks and be in their business. I push for that. I work very hard for that for a long period of time. Thank you, and I would hope you would move forward without a moratorium.
Mr. Knight, we have a question for you. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. You gave us the sheet? Did this come from you?
That's the county sheet. It's prepared by the county. I wouldn't give you something that I prepared. This is from Lisa
But
Amara.
you passed this out?
Yes,
to
I
us.
did,
Okay.
correct.
Well, whoever can clarify, just so I'm understanding for sure, the other remaining lands, 427, and then there's pending applications of 126 acres. Is that 126 part of the 427? Do you have a copy of this?
I think we have the same, is it the 2026 snapshot?
Yes.
That was what we had in our March 26th meeting.
So is the 126 part of the 427 or in addition to?
I would,
From,
Okay, so what we're saying right now is there's 427 development rights.
Acres.
approximately.
Well, it's acres, but there's one development right per acre.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
actually, I believe it's both of them together because the pending applications would have development rights as well.
Yeah, they
Yes.
do, but they have a pending application. The other 427s,
From Lisa Amara, I
Up in the
believe I
air.
heard it's like 3-4%, somewhere in that range total.
okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Knight, just one second. I'm going to ask the mayor if I could speak.
Go ahead.
Didn't want you to walk back and walk back again. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Good. I remember when you were learning how to drive, and your son learning how to drive in my community. It was
I don't remember that, so I don't want to know about that now, but at least he's 35 now.
And the parties and everything,
so.
Mr. Knight. So we know each other for many years. You gave an opinion today.
Yes.
Is your opinion based, do you have any financial interest in any development that is pending in the agricultural reserve today?
I'm a real estate broker, and yes, I represent properties in the Ag Reserve today, correct. So, in looking at that, if a property was developed and a closing happened, yes, I would make a brokerage commission. No different than any residential
So
homeowner working out
your
there.
opinion today, as to take a pause on these developments, that has a basis in your business, sir, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that we know that.
I think what the important thing to point out is that.
Sir, I'm not asking you what the important thing to point out. I'm asking you if your opinion
Yes,
today.
do I make money if the properties are sold? Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And even if it's property sold without
Sir, excuse me.
development rights, I would
Pardon me?
make money. Even if property-
What I'm saying to you is this, Mr. Knight. I like you, I know you, you're a businessman. When you give an opinion, I just want to make sure that everybody knows the basis of your opinion. Thank you very much. Good to
Thank-
see you today.
Thank you. Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon. Benjamin Morris, Carter Road Tropical Nurseries. I'm the current president of the Florida Nursery Growers Landscape Association for Palm Beach County. I'm a third-generation grower in the Ag Reserve. We're very happy, we talked about this at the last meeting, that we are revisiting the Ag Reserve Master Plan as a whole, as opposed to taking little things piece by piece. To reiterate what one of our fellow Ag Reserve members that was just up here said, that Mike said, three of the big things that have come up at our Florida Nursery Grower Landscape Association meetings are the topics of farm worker housing, the topic of agritourism, and also the nursery grower and landscape co-op issues and struggles that we have with that as well. So thank you again all for looking at this. We're very happy from the Palm Beach chapter of the FNGLA that this is being revisited in the manner that it's being taken into account for. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
All right. So, Ms. Gannon, can we go back to the scope of service that you're proposing for the master plan?
As far as the development of the potential scope, this slide?
I'm trying to wrap my head around this master plan. And by the way, if that's what the district commissioner wants, I'm right behind her. I just want to understand what the scope of service that you guys have in mind is, because as was illustrated from March, we're talking about 4.6% of land available. So are we going to focus on that 4.6%? Is that what we're looking at doing here, or Or are we gonna redo the entire thing that we have come to?
Yeah.
Yes, is that what we're doing?
No, I'm just nodding as far as understanding the question and comment. So, Commissioner, I believe that there's a lot of things that are very good within the Ag Reserve, and I know there was mention about the survey and the flawed nature of the survey. From my perspective, it wasn't intended to be a scientific survey. I think it actually
Straw poll?
it reinvigorated community interest. I think that was a positive thing. I think it also pointed out a lot of the positive things in the Ag Reserve that were core elements of the original master plan that would likely be brought forward, as far as maintaining agricultural land, supporting farmers, focusing or refocusing on redevelopment efforts of areas that already have entitlement for mixed-use purposes. Things of that nature, that's what I'm anticipating to come back from these community conversations. But we really want to also drill down and make sure that we haven't missed any key components that could be critical items to help further the Ag Reserve over the next 10 or 20 years that may not have been contemplated 20 or 30 years ago just based on technology or changes in time.
So you're not looking at changing anything with the preserved lands, correct? I don't think that's
No.
the intention of this. Am I correct, District Commissioner? The preserved lands we're not touching.
I don't think they should really give a commitment right now, because we haven't really listened to the stakeholders, so, but I like your line of questioning, Commissioner.
If I may.
I'm just trying to wrap my head. We're about to vote on a master plan, another one. And I don't know if you were here in the morning, but we had a lot of fun on that one. So.
I was here.
That being said, you know, I kind of want to understand the scope of what we're trying to do and achieve. I heard some farmers, and I like what they had to say. They talked about farm workers' housing. I'm pretty sure I've heard this from a lot of these commissioners up here. We already agree on that.
Yep.
The ag tourism, I'm all for that too. I mean, we got to hash that out a little bit further. But that, to me, seems doable. And then we're talking about nursery landscape and co-op, which is really fancy for can they park here? I also agree with that. I mean, we can't move our products from point A to point B without a vehicle. So I really want to understand what the master plan is aimed to do and where are some of the gaps. So I think that's where I'm getting lost a little bit. In regarding the moratorium, obviously, I don't agree with the moratorium on current applications because they went through the proper paper process. Those were enacted, or there was no moratorium at that point in time when they submitted their application. And as we agreed earlier, nothing at the county moves 60 days or quicker. So, so with that being said, the moratorium on current applications, I don't think that's something that we should do. I am also concerned about the comments that our attorney here made today about enacting a moratorium and then have it contradict what Senate Bill 180 stipulates, which then opens us up for liability. And I have to say this also, I received a lot of calls about this item that we're discussing right now. So there's a lot of people obviously spoke, made their comments to me. And I really want to, I guess my last question, I'll leave you with this, is what are we trying to solve for? Because if it's that 4.5%, then that to me, to do a whole master plan for 4.5%, I don't know. Now, your numbers seem reasonable. They weren't $1 million. You know, between Barbara and I, we're going to run these meetings 50-50, Barbara, okay? But that's just my concern. But you know, if the district commissioner wants to do a master plan on this, I'm okay with that. I just want to know what the exact scope is.
Yeah,
what we're trying to do.
To your point, Commissioner, I think staff wants to take a little bit more time to have those conversations with the community and then bring it back as far as potential scope of work for the commission's consideration. So that way it'll provide another opportunity for any other input, any other, you know, you're frequently contacted by constituents, so if there's other information that somehow staff missed, that can be incorporated into a potential scope of work as well. So we want to be sure that everyone is agreeing upon whatever direction we're heading in, and this is a critical moment to make sure that we're all in consensus with that.
Last question, how many master plans have we created in the Ag Reserve?
Well,
No,
We have
we've done
one.
them. The last one wasn't adopted.
it just was not adopted.
Right, but it was done, right?
It was created.
It was created, it wasn't adopted, so one thing is doing a master plan, the other one is getting it adopted, as
Sure.
we saw this morning.
And just to clarify, that 4% is just stuff that hasn't been developed. When we're talking about uses, farm worker housing, and so on, that would apply to the entire, well, to the farmers and their properties, correct? That
Right.
does exist.
Right, Mayor, that would be outside of the scope of the 4% within the 2026 snapshot that was referenced previously. So for the farm worker housings, I can probably pass to Brian Davis as well. He's our project manager working on that, but we're really trying to develop new policy language that would enable kind of each farming situation to be considered, because we're discovering through conversations that there's a lot of unique requirements or things that could help one farmer that may not be beneficial to another. So we're trying to make sure that we develop policy language that will allow all current farmers to prosper.
And to Mr. O'Donnell's point, this is something we can do to support the farmers.
Correct.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, and so maybe I'll get in on the bidding on holding those meetings, since I'll be off this board and have no conflicts of interest. So, I may bid your price down. And I like working with Barbara, too. So, maybe we'll do a team, Yeah, and I wanted to ask a Brian Davis question, but you already got there, Commissioner, which is there was a master plan created, but it was never adopted. So we don't have a master plan for the Ag Reserve.
Well, you're correct, but there's a lot of nuance there. There was an Ag Reserve master plan. It was a long process. The way that the board has traditionally done things is a master plan process. The board accepts it, and then the implementation turns into adopting policy. So the policy is really where the master plan lives. And so that was what was done. That was part of the tier system was created. That was where the whole thing came. So yes, we did go through it, but I don't think we've called anything name brand a master plan since that exercise. So.
I mean, there were certain parts of it, if my memory serves me right, and it may not, but if it does, I mean, there were parts of it that were never implemented. And then some of them we just implemented just a couple of years ago.
Right. There were some things in it that the board, because it went through the process, and we've had a upfront and personal experience with a master plan process and consultants and what has been brought forward earlier today. But there were things that, even though it was in the master plan, and it may have been what the community said and what the board had said at one point, in the end, there was not consensus among the board to adopt it all. And so, yes, there were components that were left aside that were in those documents, but the board ultimately said, we don't want that to be the policy, we don't agree with it. And so it was left aside. So what really made it out of the master plan was what the policies were going forward. So.
Great. And I think, there's 523 acres, 126 that are pending applications currently. There's 427 other lands, and to try and figure that out, what that last 523 acres happens. I think that it's clear that there are differing opinions of folks who live out in the Ag Reserve. I mean, we heard that. Thank you for hosting the meeting, and I got to hear that firsthand, about how much commercial and things like that, that people want out there versus, things that might be regional attractors that I think are, can be a little more controversial. But to hear, the residents speak on the people who live there, and obviously everybody in the county has a vested interest in this because we're all investors out there, but, to hear what they think they need for the next sort of iteration of their lives, I think that's a great thing to do. And so, to the extent that you're able to get people together and try and get consensus on what they, want and need out there, I think is an excellent thing. So thank you, Commissioner, for doing that. As it relates to, the questions we heard from our agricultural community, their support for master plan. I liked the way, I guess, Mike, you put it, the agricultural adaptation strategy or ag adaptation strategy. I think it's great, and I certainly support that, and the stakeholders' engagement, the farm worker housing. So, and thank you, Joe, for reminding me. I asked that question years ago. I don't even remember what I did yesterday, so how you remember that, I don't know. But good for you. You're in better shape than I am. And as to it relates to new comp plan or text amendments coming in, here's my caveat on that. And that is, if somebody's coming in, if they've got something that's not going to increase intensity or density, and there's things, because sometimes, as we know, things need to get cleaned up or things were left out, I would be happy to entertain that. I don't think that's I think if I understand your intent, Commissioner, it really is to really look at, if somebody wants to do something by right, obviously they can do it by right, but if they're asking us to make a change, however, if there's previously approved text amendment changes and now they need to make a change to that, it doesn't increase intensity or density, I would be supportive of allowing those to continue to move through, because these are projects that are already approved and moving forward. And then obviously SB 180 does have some real impacts to us. I mean, we have brought this up time and time again. And it is a limiting factor. My understanding is this SB 180, unless the legislature does something, will expire next year. And hopefully, and I understand the intent of it was initially, to help people rebuilding after, natural disasters or disasters, and to make it easier for them to rebuild. It's unfortunately been implemented in a way that really ties our hands and limits local government's abilities. So I'm very, very sensitive to that and don't want to put the board in the crosshairs of lawsuits over that. And so I appreciate the county attorney's opinion on that. So I'm good with your master plan to the extent if we've got, if there's new applications coming in, I think our county attorney advised that we can limit, we have limited number of times that we do that.
You could, and then, of course, with comprehensive plan applications, unless they're small-scale amendments, you're seeing them twice. You have the legislative discretion to deny. You also have, at the transmittal stage, the option to postpone it. So, there may not be any reason or need to fudge with the comp plan applications, but it's something the board can consider if that's its pleasure.
Quick question on that regard. So are we allowed to put a moratorium on comp plan stuff or no?
It wouldn't be a moratorium, right? Because what the comp plan takes in applications up to 4 times a year. So you could limit that, right? You could say next year we're only taking in applications 1 time a year, right? So
We could say no more applications for like the rest of the year?
for this year, you're already set. We've got 2 more dates left. So, but for the following year, sure, up to 4 times a year means up to 4 times a year, so.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess I want to go back and make sure, because the first item that is listed on here, it's not that slide, the one that I have, it says work with community stakeholders to develop a new master plan. New has me a little concerned, just because honestly, I think it took me 2 years on this board to get the rules of the Ag Reserve, because it's a tier, And even though it doesn't have a master plan associated with it, it has like a tier policy. So anytime anyone in this room's come to our office with something in the ag reserve, it's like, oh, different set of rules. And, so there are rules baked in when it comes to preserve, it's its own category. So is the ask then that we are sort of solidifying what those rules are into this master plan? We're not starting over, right? It's not like a new start from scratch, or that's not what we're doing, right?
Well, Commissioner, I think your question's a good one, and that's why staff want to take the opportunity to go back and have the conversations with the community to see what the current needs are beyond what we've already heard over the past few months, and then bring back a potential scope so then the board could consider what is really at the table. So if that's revisions to specific aspects, if that's the board's discretion to move forward with something brand new and start from scratch, that would be the time to have that conversation based on community input. I'm not thinking there's an appetite to do that, but that's why we just want to take the time to develop that scope and bring it back for the board's consideration.
Okay, I guess it's what I'm asking, because we did have a long discussion about a master plan this morning for transportation, and when we get to the point where we're talking about deliverables, what is it that this board can expect when you come back after meeting with stakeholders? What are we expecting to get from this staff-driven master plan?
So the immediate conversation will be, what does that scope look like? So what's the board's appetite to proceed? Personally, I don't think it's a full-blown, brand-new re-envisioning the ag reserve tier. I think there's a very solid foundation. There's a lot of things that are working well, and even based on our conversation a moment ago, there's a very small percent of land that hasn't been spoken for. But the part of the conversation that hasn't fully been unwound or discovered at this point is, how do we encourage redevelopment of those key nodes that have been designated previously for mixed-use development? How do we continue to work with the farmers and nursery people in the community to ensure that, some of the comments where the county is not working with the agricultural community in the ag reserve tier, which I think that's something we need to fix, and we need to come up with some recommendations that the board could consider as far as what that future plan looks like. So those would be some of the talking points that I'd envision bringing back to the board.
Okay, because I know on the snapshot that was given to us, it was 427 acres that's just other. That's not contiguous though, right? Those are spread out all over, and they're sort of like available development rights, right? Okay.
Right.
However, there's other acres that have been, I guess, approved. The land use change has happened, but it hasn't been developed, like it's entitled.
Correct.
Is that part of what this master plan could then address? Because if whoever owns that land that can be developed has a right to do something, and we're maybe bringing in some different options, that land would actually maybe increase the amount of acreage we're talking about. It would be more than the 427, because not everything that's been entitled has been built, right?
I think part of the conversation, in order to have a truly educated conversation about the future, we need to understand what properties do have certain entitlements, whether that's something that happened recently or something that happened long ago, like 40, 50 years ago. We have circumstances where there's some industrial properties and they're able to continue doing industrial type of uses based on that entitlement. So I think having a look at the layout, the lay of the land, so to speak, to understand what's been more recently entitled, what possibilities of uses moving forward exist on those sites is part of the conversation. And also with Senate Bill 180, we're not looking to necessarily restrict anything, but are there other potential uses that meet the intent of the ag reserve that would be beneficial to the ag reserve tier? So are there things that just haven't been considered or spoken for that we could incorporate into the tier?
Okay, I would be in support of that, and however this comes forward, I just wanted to make sure we're not starting from scratch here, because there's a very firm foundation on the rules in this area, and I think if anything, it's maybe cleaning up some of that and making it clearer for everyone. With the moratorium, if anything's in process, I would not be in favor of us just like stopping anything that's in process. And as far as the comp plan, or any of it, I would still be okay if something is within the rules. Like if they're coming for something by right, they're not asking for anything in addition, I wouldn't see where there's a problem, because it's not going to increase density or impact what we're looking at. If it's within like a small category, if they're coming in asking for some big change, then I definitely see where that's not something we would want to consider while you're fleshing this out. So if that's an option, that would be something that I would support. As far as, I guess that's not really moratorium. It's just sort of limiting the types of applications that we would take if it's within is that something that we could do, Attorney?
So the zoning applications, yes, we wouldn't be able to do a moratorium on them. On the planning applications, again, because the comp plan and the ULDC give the board the discretion to accept applications up to 4 times a year, we could potentially limit the types of applications.
No, my question is, even on the zoning, could we say that if they're going to bring something in, like it has to fit within the rules without adding, if there's variances, there's any number of exceptions that happen?
So with zoning applications, they're usually, the whole point of the hearing is to determine whether their requested change fits within the rules.
Well, they could have administrative zoning, though.
Pardon me?
Couldn't there be administrative?
Oh,
zoning
yeah, there's
approvals?
administrative zoning, and then there's hearings, there's applications that come to the Board of County Commissioners.
Because if we were going to try to do a true moratorium, they can't even do administrative hearings, right?
Right, well, yes, a moratorium would pause everything.
And that's problematic.
Any moratorium is going to be problematic under Senate Bill 180.
So if I could, Commissioner, just to go back to the fact, so the planning and zoning applications are treated differently. So any sort of planning future land use application request or a text amendment request, the board has legislative discretion to deny it. So even if an application were to come in, the board could, in my opinion, I'm not Darren, not speaking for Darren, but in my opinion, the fact that we're going through this process would be additional justification to say, yes, we accepted the application, but now is not the right time. So agent, property owner, please consider postponing it until we're ready to consider this. Or the alternate is the board has the option to deny the application based on the fact that we're working through items in the Ag Reserve.
And that would be on any new ones coming in
That would be
after
on,
today?
yes, and that would be on planning items.
Planning items.
Planning items only.
So that's something that's already in the pipeline, something that's submitted during the next intake. If it's a legislative planning item, then the board has much more discretion to act as they see fit for that application.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to thank my colleagues, and we had such a good time on that bus tour. We're going to have to do it again one day. Let me give you a little historical background. In 1989, 1995, Ordinance 90.11, the Ag Reserve Development Moratorium. The county pursued preservation of the approximately 22,000 acre agricultural reserve through a development moratorium, and this is a long time, from 1989 to 1995. The county describes this as one of the major tools it used, along with comprehensive plan policies, the Ag Reserve Master Plan, and ultimately the purchase of agriculturally environmental sensitive lands. That's where we get the preserved lands that we're looking at today in this little blue sheet. So this is where it began, was a moratorium. It was a long moratorium, 1989 to 1995. We had another one in September 11th, 2018, and this is where Vice Mayor's issue comes up very plainly. It says that a moratorium preserves the status quo. In other words, if we're going to do a moratorium, we're going to change the rules. Well, if somebody's going to come in and they want an exception because they want the old rules, no. Rules are going to be the same for everybody. So call it a moratorium, call it a pause, call it a freeze. Once we make these new rules, they're the same for everybody. However, as you point out, which is very good, a moratorium cannot take away existing development approvals. So if somebody's already gotten something approved through us, that's it, that's the law. Or the ability of a property owner to apply for and receive building permits based on those previously existing approvals. This is from 2018, a statement by the board administration on this issue. So what we're asking for really is not that big of a deal. It's just saying, let's be fair. We're going to change, we may change the rules, and if we do, let's just freeze everything while we go through it so everybody is on the same page. So what I'm asking is exactly what staff has already done. The bus tour, the surveys, but what I'm going to expand it a little bit more. And I never announced this, but I think it's time we did it today. The Commissioner of Agriculture, that is the head of the Department of Agriculture for the state of Florida, is coming here to Palm Beach County to speak to our farmers, and they didn't know this until I'm announcing it now, all the people in agriculture, that is the equestrian, the growers, agricultural farmers, and those who are involved in that business, to discuss with them what the state of Florida can do to help them. What the state of Florida, we provide the agriculture for the state of Florida, our county. So I said, come on down and talk to us and see if you can help us. He said, I'll be happy to do it. So I'm talking about farm worker housing, I'm talking about groom housing, I'm talking about forever farms, where the state has programs to buy farms, legacy farms, if there's a cash flow problem, to help the farmers. So this is what I'm looking for. Call it what you call it, a freeze, call it a pause, I don't care. The bottom line is that what I want is I want this discussion to continue, and I don't need it to come from staff, I need it to come from everybody here in this room who wants to have a say-so, wants to be on the table to discuss what we're going to do with the land that they farm or have horses or live in or enjoy. For that reason, we have people, we have a meeting next week with our farmers to discuss what it is that they need. So let me just say this. What I would propose today is what everybody's already said. I just would like to have, and I'm not looking at the end of the year, I'm looking at 60 days, 90 days, whatever it takes to get our information to staff. Let us move forward with a plan, and I've already spoken to the major developers, and I've mentioned their name already. They're on board. They want to help us with this. They want to be on the table, okay? And come back with direct staff with what Cobra and Sarah and all the other developers and the developments want, and the agricultural people, the equestrian people, as well as the engineers for the roads, the infrastructure, to come together with a plan. We'll present that plan. Of course, we have, where did he go? We got Commissioner Flores is going to head that program along with Barbara Roth. We're meeting next week, Commissioner. And let's give this end of the survey, right, to staff. Staff will review it and give it back to us. I think that's the best way to look at it. So we don't need, if you want to take the moratorium word out, take it out. I just want to make sure that the word is in there that says that no, all new applications, because I want all applications to have the same rules. And just freeze everything for, say, till after the commissioner comes, he's coming in October, to the next zoning meeting or comprehensive plan meeting in early November. Staff will have enough time to put it together, give it to us, and then we vote on it. I think that's a great idea.
We have one more light. Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. One of the things that started this discussion was of the 836 acres that are non-residential, they have applications in, they have approvals in, and they haven't developed. So when we have new folks coming that want to develop, we have applications in already. I think what we asked for was how many of those applications do we have? How many acres do they apply to? And how many times have they gotten extensions? We did ask this, right? So I think that's very, very important information for us to have, because if somebody's had approvals for 20 years and they haven't done anything, I don't know what legislatively we are allowed to do, but they have to get continuations or extensions on their approvals. So I think that might be something that would help the board understand exactly what we can do going forward. And I don't believe that projects that are in the pipeline that don't increase density should be included in this moratorium, or whatever we're calling it, or whatever it is. But if a project is not increasing density, maybe they're moving right of way from one property to another property, or an easement from one property to another property, I don't think that should be something that would fall within this discussion. If it increases density, that's a different story. But if it's an application that doesn't increase density, I don't think it needs to be included here. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Attorney.
Yes. So let's forget the word moratorium.
So,
okay? Or pause, or any of that other stuff.
Is your mic on, Darren?
And
No, it's
I want
on
to
now.
add one thing as well, Darren. So I'm looking at the current amendment schedule, and it appears that the next application intake date is November 4th. So we have 4 opportunities for intake. So November 4th is the next opportunity. So it seems like that's very close to the window that's currently being discussed. So we won't take an application in next week. We would only take it in November 4th as the
Right.
next opportunity.
Right. No, yeah, and then the following one is in February, right?
Correct, yes.
Right. But this idea that somehow we're just going to limit the applications that are not increasing density we can't do this, period, right? Senate Bill 180 is this sword of Damocles over our head. We cannot make any more restrictive or burdensome amendments to our ULDCs. And we would have to do an amendment to the ULDC to do a moratorium, and that is a more restrictive or burdensome amendment. And so we just can't do it. We're putting ourselves at legal jeopardy here if we do so. So the zoning applications, we just need to keep doing as we've been doing with them. I don't know, I hope that was as simple as it gets, as clear as I can be, but that's it.
Well, thank you, and I think the board kind of agrees that the moratorium is, we're not allowed to do it, so we can't do that. But I've also heard consensus that we are in approval of moving forward with a master plan for the Ag Reserve, and specifically, I would love to be able to help the farmers and tell Mr. O'Donnell, this is what we've done to help our farmers in the Ag Reserve. So if we could move forward with that, that would be absolutely amazing.
Do we need a motion?
Do you need a motion or board direction?
I would say that this is board direction.
Board direction.
So,
And
no,
a
may I?
motion to direct staff, okay.
No, if I may, Mayor, if I may. As I stated a few minutes ago, staff has done a great job in having stakeholder meetings. Now it's our turn. Let me do the stakeholder meetings. I already have them established, and I have staff as part of that. So let's just have stakeholder meetings. Everybody is invited to contract with us for a stakeholder meeting and to meet with the Commissioner of Agriculture. And we will develop a proposal to submit to staff, and then they'll go ahead and work with it and give it back to us. So we already have our stakeholders, and that's also a member of staff as well to work with it.
Would you be opposed to having publicly noticed stakeholder
I'd love to have it. I'd love
meetings
that.
so that
Absolutely.
if other commissioners would like to
Excellent.
partake in those meetings, then it is publicly
Excellent.
noticed and we're allowed?
That is an excellent idea, and I'll make sure we do it. Good idea. Thank you, Mayor.
So as long as the meetings are publicly noticed, then other commissioners would be able to attend.
Will you come as well?
I don't want to.
Oh, come on. We need you there. You will get a notice of everyone. I'll have a seat for you. Thank you. I think that's an excellent
So
idea.
yes,
Thank you, Mayor.
we could make that happen. Pat, please?
Absolutely. If the board wants to,
Yep.
designate district commissioner, help coordinate that, we'll be there to support that and make it happen.
Any objection? No, we're good. All right, thank you. Okay, next item. We have West Boynton Ranches. West Boynton Ranches, any of them? How many? Okay.
Yeah, that works. Perfect. All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and fellow commissioners. For the record, I'm Lauren McClellan with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, representing the applicant for the West Boynton Ranches. Joining me today are Jennifer Morton from J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, Scott Backman with Miskell Backman, Chris Hagan with Kimley Horn and Associates, as well as Darren Montgomery with West Boynton Ranches, the owner and the applicant of the property. We appreciate the opportunity to present this comprehensive plan amendment for essential housing and discuss the substantial progress that we have made through coordination with our neighboring communities. So the request before you today is to amend the future land use designation from agricultural reserve to essential housing with an underlying agricultural reserve. This designation allows for a residential development that provides a wide range of housing options, includes workforce housing, and maintains the required preservation area. County staff's reviewed this request and is recommending approval. Today, we are requesting transmittal of the application. This is not the final approval. The detailed site plan will continue through the county review process and will be subject to additional review and future public hearings and approval before this board. It'll come later on this year. So there are two properties that are subject to this application. Together, they total 32.35 acres. The first property is 29.35 acres, and it's located on the south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, immediately west of Valencia Reserve. It's located within the established corridor of Boynton Beach Boulevard that includes residential development, institutional development, some commercial development, and other services. This 29-acre property consists of the proposed development area and a portion of the required preserve area. The remaining preserve area is an off-site preserve. It's the 3-acre property that's located on the south side of Happy Hollow Road, between Lyons Road and Smith Sunday Road. So together, these two properties will maintain the balance of the 40% development and 60% preserve area for this essential housing designation. The proposed future land use amendment is consistent with the Ag Reserve Master Plan. The essential housing designation was created as part of the county's continuing efforts to refine the Ag Reserve Master Plan based on the actual conditions of that were built in the tier. And so we're following the rules that are in place today. So going back to some of the information from the master plan originally contemplated more than a landscape of single-family home development in the Ag Reserve. It anticipated a combination of preserve, different residential housing types, and supporting services. The master plan anticipated approximately 14,000 residential units to be developed within the Ag Reserve. Of those, 4,200 were anticipated to be townhomes, and 2,520 were anticipated to be apartments. Nearly half of the residential development envisioned by that master plan were expected to consist of townhomes and apartments. And over time, and without the higher densities available, the unintended consequence has been a very homogeneous single-family development pattern within the ag reserve tier. So just to give you like what that means, so this slide illustrates the extent of the gap. As I mentioned, 6,720 townhouse and apartment uses were anticipated by the master plan, but to date, only 763 units have been approved, and that includes Logan Ranches, which was approved 2 years ago, and then the Reserve at Atlantic, which was approved about 3 years ago. So progress is being made to close the gap. This West Boynton Ranches application will further advance progress by providing additional housing opportunities for the people who work and serve in this area, including the teachers, nurses, and other workforce that's in the Boynton Beach Boulevard. So recognizing the shortage of alternative housing options within the Ag Reserve, the Board of County Commissioners established the essential housing designation in 2022. This proposed West Boynton Ranches meets the applicable essential housing criteria. So this is the criteria. The essential housing criteria requires that the development be at least 30 acres, that the project maintain the 60% preserve and 40% development area. The development needs to be situated on Boynton Beach Boulevard or Atlantic Avenue. And then as required by, and these are all policies of future land use element policy 151J. And 25% of the units have to be set aside for workforce housing. This application provides all of those and meets that criteria. So community outreach has been a very, very important, as all of you know, very important with this application from the beginning. We've been in process actually since 2024. The applicant and project team have spent considerable time meeting with the surrounding residents and community organizations, listening to their concerns, identifying the changes that could improve the project, and most significantly, we've continued working directly with Valencia Reserve and have now secured their support based upon the substantial revisions to the site plan. So again, going back, we've started discussing this in March of 2024. We've had various meetings with Cobra, with BARC, and then with Valencia Reserve since 2024. So as the project evolved and support grew, we got support from various different landowners, property owners in the area. You've received some other additional correspondence in addition to these on the screen. We have support from the Housing Leadership Council. And then finally, most recently on the right side, you can see that Valencia Reserve email that I know that you all received as well, voicing their support for this application. So that support came from, again, working with them. I know that the site plan isn't part of this, but I just want to recognize the changes that have been made very briefly on the site plan for the benefit of Valencia Reserve. So, and staff has not seen this site plan yet. We're going to submit it following transmittal of this application. So first, the max height of any building has been reduced from 4 stories to 3 stories. Second, we have agreed to reduce the height of those 2 buildings that are circled from 2 and 3 stories just to 2 stories. And the remaining buildings that are shown in light tan will be 2 and 3 story buildings. The project density has been reduced to 6.1 units per acre rather than 8 units per acre. And that change reduces the overall project from 259 units to 198 units. Next, along the eastern property line of our property between us and Valencia Reserve, we have agreed to a 6-foot wall and a 3-foot berm as requested by Valencia residents to ensure the security. The plan also provides a 25-foot buffer east of a realigned access point. And that access point has been realigned to the east side just to allow for right in, right out to help address some of the traffic and access concerns that Valencia voiced. So as far as the architecture, Valencia Reserve has asked that we incorporate flat roofs to further reduce their perceived height of the buildings. We have agreed to that. And then finally, Valencia Reserve has questioned the operations of the existing tree farm on the southern portion of the property. the applicant has agreed to terminate the lease with that tree farm within the future ag preserve area. We believe that these changes represent a significant effort to ensure the security and compatibility with Valencia Reserve. So today's hearing is transmittal, and there are still steps to make before this process is complete. Following transmittal of this comprehensive plan application, as I said, the applicant will revise the site plan to match what I presented today. And we anticipate that that site plan review will continue, and we'll be back before Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners later this year. We're anticipating December for the final adoption, and you will see the site plan at that time. So in conclusion, this application is consistent with the comp plan, the essential housing criteria as it exists, and the Ag Reserve Master Plan. Staff is recommending approval, and now with the substantial revisions in response to the community concerns, so is Valencia. This application has been in process since October 2024. Transmittal today would allow that process to continue without limiting the board's ongoing consideration of broader policy issues affecting the Ag Reserve. This application will not return to the board for final action until the end of the year. Therefore, there's time to address any direction from the Ag Reserve discussions without unnecessarily delaying a project that directly advances housing choices and workforce housing for residents in the Ag Reserve. We respectfully request transmittal of this application, and our team is available for any questions following staff's presentation.
Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce.
Vice Chair Woodward wants to ask Ms. McClellan a question.
I did have a question. It's the first that I was hearing of the condition where you're terminating the lease with the tree farm.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you expand? I don't know anything about the tree farm. Why is that significant?
So Valencia had asked about the operations of that tree farm. They go up and down the road that's adjacent to them, so they were concerned about the trucks going back and forth on that agriculture road.
It's a, okay, I'm not sure I understand that one. So what are you going to put there?
It's going to remain preserve. There are trees in place that are there currently, and those trees will likely be used throughout the development area.
So we're removing agriculture?
So the lease with that tree farm is going to end.
Sorry. Yeah, it will remain preserved. Mr. Scholson, who I think you'll hear from later, I think one of the big concerns during our last meeting with them is as part of the site plan, and again, we acknowledge, it was shown to you also, you could see some of what was agreed to on the record. We're going to be relocating an access drive that will allow additional access and ease of access from Boynton Beach Boulevard to the east side of the property. And so there was a request by Valencia Reserve, which my client had agreed to, that the current tree farm that's in place, because we intend on utilizing a lot of the trees that are currently being grown there anyway within this development, that lease was going to be terminated. I can see the perplexed look. It was a discussion point with Valencia Reserve. Obviously, as you all know, we've spent a lot of time, years in the process, having dialogue with this community. You know, we understand it's a casualty of the agricultural component of this. It will still remain preserved. It will be a piece and a part of the development that's moving forward, but it was something that we had agreed to with Valencia Reserve.
Okay. I'm having feelings on this. Okay.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
I'll say it. This is the perfect example of what we were just talking about how we're trying to protect our farmers and about how we're trying to do right by the ag reserve, but yet the neighbors is part of the reason why we can't do this, because the neighbors are refusing that this is what they want. We have to find a happy medium. It can't just be what one group wants, and you can't come in and then say, well, after me, I don't want anything else. And that's what keeps happening in the western part of the county. We got new neighborhoods, people move in, and then the next neighborhood or the next thing comes in and people don't want it. So we have to be open-minded, and this is a tree farm. I'm assuming they don't have too many people working there, but I understand that they do have large loads, I'm assuming because of the
Sure, the
size of the
trucks,
trees.
it is not significant, but again, we don't live there, so it's certainly, someone from Valencia Reserve can provide maybe a little bit more insight, but it is not significant.
Right. It doesn't look very significant from the aerial shot, so, thank you.
Well, Yes, sir.
David Schulzen from Valencia Reserve, just real quick.
Sir, you can't speak until we call you up. Unless the commissioner has a specific question for
I
him?
was going to answer Commissioner Woodward's question because
It wasn't
fully
directed at you,
explained.
though.
It wasn't fully explained.
I apologize, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to introduce Bryce Van Horn, Senior Site Planner, to do the staff presentation. I did also want to call out, staff does recommend specific conditions of approval that was based off of the application that we received, and the site plan that's being discussed now was not part of that consideration. So if there's other concessions of sorts or other reductions in density that needs to be incorporated into conditions of approval, that's one option. I don't know if there's a separate developers agreement that's being contemplated, which is kind of outside the scope of what we're talking about, but I just want to be clear and be sure that what's being proposed by the applicant is carried forward if the board moves forward with transmittal of the item. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to push along the lines of what Jeff Gagnon just indicated. Our proposal is to transmit. I know that Lauren got into the site plan, but I'm not in Scott site plan, and even with regard to the tree farm.
Yes. So
But those are not a part of this application today, unless the tree farm is necessary to discuss based on the fact that you want to move forward past transmittal into the site plan, but that's not a part of what we are voting on today in transmittal. Am I correct?
Correct. So the purpose, and again, I had said that staff had not seen it, we haven't submitted it. The purpose of showing the site plan was really we have worked very hard to secure Valencia's support, and we wanted to assure them that we had put on the record the items that we discussed in order to help get their support. So I wanted to put that basically on the record. Unfortunately, it's very hard to talk about certain buildings and things without showing the plan that we had reviewed with them. As far as the tree farm goes, the balance of our preserve area will become an organic farm for our client. So it will remain in preserve and in agriculture. It just won't be a tree farm.
Thank you. You know what they say, less is more.
Commissioner, if I can just add one additional point, being that the site plan hasn't been officially submitted to staff, I understand the agent's good faith efforts in trying to come up with consensus with the neighborhood. However, I don't want there to be a misunderstanding that whatever's being proposed is guaranteed to proceed because staff hasn't had the opportunity to review it against any land development regulations, which is more of a zoning side of things, but I just want to put that on the record as well.
And Mayor, if I may?
You may.
Thank you. We acknowledge that. Again, this was simply to be transparent and upfront and reflect the conversations we've had with Valencia Reserve. They have also acknowledged to us, I don't know if it was in this email, but they've acknowledged this has to be submitted for zoning. This has to go through that process. If there's anything as part of what we've agreed to with them that has to change, we're going to go back and meet with them. We've been meeting with them essentially nonstop for the better part of the last 2.5 to 3 years. That's not going to stop anytime soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you finished with our presentation, or would you like to proceed?
Oh, no.
Staff's presentation?
It's
I'll turn
entirely
to
up to
Bryce.
you.
Would anyone like a staff presentation? Okay, so we'll go to public comment.
I'm just going to say, is there anything that wasn't covered that would be covered in the staff presentation?
No, not really.
And I don't think we need one.
No, we just have our recommendation and the conditions that are in the exhibit 1A and 1B that would be part of our recommendation for approval.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you for that. I think he should go through the recommendations and the conditions from the staff side of this. So we should see the recommendation from staff and the proposed conditions.
Do we have specific slides to that?
So these are generally the proposed conditions. The exact language is in your exhibit in the staff report, in Exhibit 1A and 1B. But generally capping the maximum density at 259 units, which is the 8 units per acre over the gross acres of the project, both development area and preserve area, which is 32.35 acres.
Excuse me for one sec, but the applicant just stated 6.1 units per acre that they were?
Right, so apparently they've reached an agreement with Valencia Reserve, that community, to reduce the density. We haven't seen that plan yet. That's not something that they submitted. In fact, the last plan that they submitted to zoning, which is the concurrent zoning application, is 259 units. That was submitted on July 27th.
And hold that thought. And what was the max that you're proposing now?
198.6.1, we'd actually like you to transmit us with that condition, so potentially amending staff's condition. This was all worked out in the last week and a half to 2 weeks with Valencia Reserve, so there wasn't enough time. I think I just shared the email with you all maybe less than a week ago. I think the only issue for purposes of the pending application, to Commissioner Powell's point, relates to the density. And we would like the commission to transmit this application at 6.1 units to the acre or a maximum of 198 units.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
So the other conditions that we're proposing, which are really based in policy, the policy language too, is that 25% of the units, regardless of whether it's 259 units or something less, 25% of the units would be workforce housing. They're required to be on site. There's a prohibition for exchanging of preserve areas, swapping it. This is 8 units per acre. Normally the AGR PUDs and other developments are 1 unit per acre, so this is a little special. So no swaps. Prohibition, extinguishing of the preserve area density for the offsite preserve, and of course, as we normally do, that both the concurrent zoning application that has been submitted and this future land use amendment be heard concurrently at the same BCC hearing. So you see everything at once. This amendment will not move forward to adoption with that condition until the zoning application is fully certified, meets all minimum ULDC requirements, and is certified to move forward to zoning commission and then to you, the Board of County Commissioners. And at that time, both the future land use amendment and the zoning will be heard at the same time.
Thank you. We're going to move on to public comment if that concludes your conditions.
All right, I have Asib Madori, Barbara Roth, Jim Knight, Kelly Bayless, Linda Smith, David Schulson, I think, and Gil Ladd.
Okay, thank you. Hello again, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is tricky. There are negotiations with Valencia Reserve, a member of COBRA. There are negotiations with Valencia Reserve and COBRA. COBRA's interests are larger than just Valencia Reserve, but we back the concerns completely of our member community. I would like it on the record, please, that COBRA was one of the original supporters to essential housing, the application of workforce housing in the Ag Reserve. COBRA supported that from day one. That is on record. We support the use of essential housing on this location. For 2.5 years, we have been very concerned about the density of the traffic that will result from the density. What we do have within the last week or week and a half is a reduced density. There was also a concern about the height and the way the proximity of some of the taller buildings and where they would be placed in relation to our member community, Valencia Reserve. These items have been worked out, but they're not part of what you are able to approve today. We trust in the good faith of the developer and the developer's agents, the attorneys. We have no reason to not trust it, but I am telling you that what you see on paper is not what we have at this moment. I support, on behalf of Cobra, essential housing on this location. I support this project in the way it has been brought to us in the last week or week and a half. I hope that we don't have to come back and have this discussion as part of zoning because for some reason something changed. So you can understand that we are a little bit up in the air. I would welcome questions for further explanation of this and the traffic impact. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Knight still here. Long day for everybody. I think that this is a great thing to have happen. By the way, I have no financial interest in this property any way, shape, or form. And I'm telling you. Anyhow, essential housing is something critical. If you look at the Ag Reserve, just as specifically the Ag Reserve, $880,000 is now the average home price in the Ag Reserve. It's out of control. My first home was $83,500, and that was a lot to me back then. And so anything we can do to create essential/workforce housing anywhere, any place is critical. Would I love to have seen a few more units with it, but I don't think they should be further burdened beyond what the code says by reducing the density. So it would be great to see a few more essential housing units out there, but I fully understand negotiations with Cobra, Bark, everything else and so forth. And this is a great project. I hope it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon again. David Schulson, Cobra delegate from Valencia Reserve. Last week, our board did meet, and they advised the community in a discussion, and then a unanimous vote to support. And Valencia Reserve has also always supported essential housing. Our issue for 2 years, give or take, has been density. So the board explained to the community we were only going to support the transmittal as long as a condition of the transmittal was the reduction in density to 6.1 or a maximum of 198 units. We explained to the community that it was a subsequent zoning review, discussion, and eventual decision by this commission as to exactly what the site's going to look like and just some of the details that were previewed today. So the community understood it, the board understood it, and so I want to make that clear. I know we got a little sidetracked on the access road. Kelly Bayless, who lives in that area, will address the access road because it's moving, and that's why we had a problem. Where it currently is would not have been a problem. They wanted an access road close to our berm, but that's neither here nor there for this discussion. It's for down the road. And then just last but not least, since I was here throughout the morning's discussion on traffic and transportation, Valencia Reserve, one of the reasons we wanted reduction in density was traffic on Boynton Beach Boulevard. At times, that road can be an F, and we battled as hard as we could to reduce the density. It remains an issue. It is one of the 21 high-need corridors, so we'll see what happens down the road as the master transportation plan proceeds. But we know at this juncture, essential housing is important, and so we are supporting it as long as this commission, hopefully today, will make it a condition of transmittal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Bayless, and I did not expect the road to be this important for you all, but it is. As David Schultzen said, I actually am one of the homeowners in that tiny little section that's surrounded by all the highlighting in green. We are actually our own community. We were an agricultural community that was there for over 40 years now. We have our own HOA. That's my current problem. The moving of the road, we don't care. That's fine. As long as we have access in and out of the road, that's not a problem for us. However, our HOA documents, which this community is included in still, has shared responsibility and cost for the road. For us, it's always been about 20 houses, single-family homes, it's agricultural, not a lot of road use. We cannot afford, as a small community, to move a road and pay for that and pay for its constant upkeep, particularly with the nursery. Our road has been there for 40 years, we've fixed it ourselves. Right now, the condition it's in is beyond our ability to fix. It's just not feasible. We're just 3 houses pretty much at the moment, 4 houses in the community. We can't afford to do that. Our road is actually destroyed simply because of the nursery right now. The nursery, we don't mind. We actually like them. They're great neighbors. They're fantastic people. But we can't afford to keep repairing our road as our own responsibility. And particularly if you're gonna add 190 units, that's a lot more traffic on a road that somehow we're responsible for. So our request had been for the developers to take over responsibility for the cost and maintenance of the road. They have said they would, but we haven't had any actual proof of that, so we just wanted to put it on record that we actually agree with the workforce housing with the condition that the road exists for us and is not our financial responsibility.
Thank you. Would you please address?
I have a question.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I know there's been some communication that's been shared back and forth. Yes, we are going to cover the costs to relocate and maintain the road. Yes.
So will not fall on the burden of those few residents?
No, yes, what she mentions is right. I know that there are some documents that kind of cover the handful of properties there. I think there's still 2 private residences left that live there. We have the obligation, obviously, if we're relocating the road, we're going to take that on ourselves, relocate the road to the east side, and then obviously the maintenance associated
And they will
with it.
still maintain access to that
Yes.
road?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
staff, have we put that in the conditions?
That's not currently a proposed condition.
Because
in
we're
the
just
transmittal.
transmitting
I think you'd find
Yes.
that's more appropriate at zoning.
at zoning?
And
I
to
think we
to
should be
be,
careful with the road because it hasn't gone through the site plan review process as well. So in theory, it's what they're proposing.
Correct.
But it has not been reviewed by development review officers.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Okay. Just help me understand how, if you're taking over the road, why do you have to also get rid of the tree farm?
So the road, see on the west side or the left side of the box is where the road is currently located?
No, which
Are we
box?
able
No,
to
I'm
zoom in?
kind of,
Staff.
the red and white lines? Oh, thank you.
Is where the road is. It's between that.
There we go, perfect. I got a pointer.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, do
Yep,
that
still
one.
works. Perfect. All right. So the road is currently located on the west side of the property, on this side over here. For 2 reasons. The road is being relocated over to where you see the red and white line here, and then it will come back and provide access to the Bayless property, which is there. It's another privately owned property here, and then that's the tree farm. 2 reasons. One, through all of the various discussions that we've been having with Valencia Reserve, one of the biggest requests has been lower the height and move as far away from us as possible. And so one mechanism of doing that, because the other issue, as Mr. Scholzen said, was related to traffic, if we left the road here, you can only come out, make a right, and then U-turn movements become an issue on Boynton Beach Boulevard. At this location here on the east side, there is actually already a cut that allows vehicles to come in, and then relocating our access, because we don't have to share it with a cut on the west side of the property, vehicles can come out and actually make a U-turn without having to go all the way to the major intersection. So there were 2 reasons for relocating the road. Once we relocated the road, I believe Ms. Bayless said, and not speaking for her by any means, they don't necessarily have an issue with the road or the nursery. Valencia Reserve, because the road is being relocated to the east side, in closer proximity to their property. There's still, I believe, a 50-foot buffer on their side, I think another 25 or more on our side, even before the road, plus the wall that we've agreed to one of the other discussion points related to the truck traffic, and there is some, that comes down the roadway currently on the west side, will be coming down on the east side. And during the conversation we had, I think at our meeting about 2 weeks ago, my client said, we're probably going to terminate the tree lease anyway. It is our intention to utilize the vast majority of the trees that are being grown out there, because it is my client's property, as part of our development. So that's how that conversation evolved. I hope that helps.
Okay, and I think, as I understand, this isn't necessarily part of transmittal, but it gives me extreme pause. If we are putting a farm business out
Sure.
in the ag reserve in order to get consensus from a community, I don't like that. And how that was presented, really didn't like that. Because this is a business,
Sure.
and it's a farming business in the ag reserve. Like, we've just had a whole morning talk, or afternoon, wherever we are, talking about that. If this is what starts happening, that we put farmers out to get approval from a neighboring community, I'm going to have a big problem with
Sure.
that.
Understood. And we'll continue to talk to Valencia Reserve about this issue and others. I think Ms. McClellan mentioned, and it's been an ongoing conversation, I think we've shared it with all of you. My client owns other property in the area. They already have an agreement in place with one of the local farmers, and part of that discussion has been actually creating the back portion of this property where the tree lease is for organic farming. So again, that's not fully materialized yet, and maybe between now and the next time we're back in front of you with the zoning application and adoption, assuming you transmit today, we'll be able to flesh that out in more detail.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I will just say that it's unbelievable what you guys have had to do to just get this to us. It's to try to get some affordable housing or workforce housing. It's not even affordable, because yesterday we saw a slide that affordable is still not that affordable. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. Commissioner Sachs, how do you feel about this? This is your district.
I've been quiet because I've given an opportunity for this applicant, correct, to
Yes.
wait, just wait, because we do need essential housing. But I'd like to have all the rules together so that you don't have to deal with a private, like has been mentioned, a private entity, a private HOA, and not deal with our staff. We need to have rules in place for affordable workforce essential housing, but those rules have to be made up by county commissioners and staff, not between a developer and a housing and an HOA. I don't like the taste of it. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the idea that this could be a precedent that a developer could come and start dealing with HOAs on the side, and then come to staff and tell staff it's not going to be 259 units as we put on paper, it's going to be 198. Why? Because that's what the homeowner association wanted. This is government, and I wanted you to wait a bit. You didn't want to. So I just think that this could have been handled in a more professional way, and in a way that gives the opportunity for staff to understand how many units and what's happening with the roads, rather than to do this sort of off the cuff and between a developer and a private HOA. So I'm definitely voting no on this. I think that we need essential housing, but I don't think that this is the time and the place and the way, the process to do it. And that's my opinion on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the beautiful part about being here is, as board members, we all have different opinions of how things work. In contrast to my colleague, I do believe, as a planner, as a former practicing planner, but now I'm still certified, that the number one job of a planner is to serve the public interest. And I believe that many times, I think it's the goal of a good planning agency or entity to really work with the community before they get here to try to iron things out. And I do want to keep us back on to the topic of what's being proposed today, right? The applicant is proposing a future land use amendment on 2 parcels, one comprised of a proposed development area with contiguous preserve, and the other a proposed off-site preserve area that together total 32.35 acres for a change from ag reserve to essential housing with an underlying agricultural reserve, AGR, future land use designation. In a nutshell, that's what's before us today. I know we've discussed the site plan. I know we've discussed moving the road. Those are things that we will likely see, well, we will see in a staff report and a site plan at a future date in a different meeting. But just remember, keeping in context, irregardless of what is going on between the developer and the HOAs and all the other stakeholders involved in this particular conversation, our goal today, Mr. Van Horn and Mr. Gagnon, just correct me if I'm wrong, is to move forward or not on the change of land use from ag reserve to essential housing with an underlying ag reserve, future land use designation. That's it, not a site plan, not a road removal or road relocation.
Correct.
Just that for today. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's what I just wanted to, because there's a lot of noise being interjected into what's proposed for today, and when I vote, I'm voting on what I see in the staff report and what's been presented by, well, what I see, what should be presented in terms of where we're going today. Now, the site plan, as Director Carroll indicated earlier, is something that we'll see at a later date. We don't want to move forward in terms of discussion of what's on the site plan because that's another meeting. So it's my opinion, we should try to, as best we can, stick to what's before us today.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to go back about 6 years ago when we had the discussion about essential housing in the Ag Reserve. I think I was the only member of the board who voted against the 8 units per acre. I wanted 6 units per acre. So I would be in favor of this because you are close to the 6 units per acre, which is what the Ag Reserve should have been in the first place if we were for essential housing. So again, there's only certain things that are our purview today. And the condition of the 259 units now going to 198 needs to be stated. So I would make the motion to do that with the condition of 198 units. I would make a motion to approve with the conditions of 198 units.
I have a motion by Commissioner Marino to approve this with a maximum of 198 units. I have a second by Vice Mayor Woodward. And would you do a roll call vote, please?
Mayor, just one point of clarification. So the other conditions of approval that were recommended by staff are also part of that motion, and that was to clarify the total maximum number of units was from 259 to 198.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And before we take that vote, Commissioner Weiss wanted to say something, and then Commissioner Sacks.
Yeah, thank you. And I wasn't going to comment on this item because I thought everything had been fleshed out pretty well. But I think it really is important that the community is engaged before it gets to us. I rail against when it doesn't happen, that in fact, Scott, Jennifer, you bring something to me. If I have, my first question is, have you been to the community and are you working with them? I won't accept it without that. We need the community engaged in these things and have their input. And if there is a way for things to be worked out, because this one's taken 2 years, if there is a way for things to work out, and I know change is difficult and all of that, but they can find common ground. I think that's great, and it makes our job a lot easier when that happens. So I just want to continue to encourage you all to, and I know you'll continue to work together with the folks at Valencia Reserve, the homeowners that live adjacent as well with some of the issues that are going on. But I think it's very important that we have public involvement before these projects get to us.
Commissioner Sacks.
Don't understand why you didn't come back to the staff after, and I see staff wondering about these issues that were worked out with private homeowners, but not with staff. We have staff to solidify, cement, and approve, and they didn't even know about the 140, or how much is it, Marina, 198 or something? All right. What's the rush? I'd like to see, and then the road, are we going to make, is that, who made the motion?
Commissioner Marino made it.
Commissioner Marino? Is one of your conditions also the road that this lady is concerned about?
That's not part of the process for today.
You see, this is what is concerning to me. This could be anywhere. This could be North Lake Boulevard, as far as I'm concerned. But you need to talk to your community, and then come back to the staff and have them solidify it. I hate to see a private resident come up and say, this wasn't done, this isn't a special condition. So hopefully, before it comes back, you will make sure that these conditions are done with staff. I trust staff to do what is proper, because that's what y'all do. And I would prefer to see that process that way. There's no reason why not. Is there? Tell me, is there any reason why?
No, not at all.
You didn't
And-
bring these special conditions back to staff? Is there something I don't know?
No, Commissioner, and when we got the correspondence from Valencia Reserve within the last week, we did forward that to you all. We did forward that to staff so that they were aware. Obviously, it's less intense than what was originally out there. Nothing else was changing on the land use side. Everything else was on the zoning side. And again, just to clarify, put on the record, I acknowledge the items that were shown tonight were shown to this commission so that we put on the record and were aware, based on representations that were made to Valencia Reserve, that we were going to be moving in the direction of doing these things. You heard from us and from Valencia Reserve. Everyone acknowledges that that still requires review by staff.
Okay, so did staff have all those changes before we came here today? Mr. Jack?
Not for the planning side of things at this
understand.
point. So there'll be future zoning conversations.
Right. This is a process that we need to follow, sir.
Sure.
And you've been in the business long enough. Our staff is stellar, and that needs to be followed. So I know you will.
Understood.
All right?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that this road situation will be taken care of before you come back. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, maybe it's a legal question. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't make any of those conditions as part of the land use change. But it is definitely going to be part of the future.
Right.
When it comes back
So-
to us, we will be baking those things in.
Yeah, so if you transmit today with the amended condition of 198 units, the issues with the road and any other changes that are going to be zoning changes will be submitted for review by staff. And then when it's certified, it's going to come back with the comp plan again. And so if things don't match up, you will have that legislative discretion to deny the comp plan amendment.
Right.
So you
just-
will
we are
have your
following our
chance.
process.
Yes.
This is the first step, and then the next one will have all of that other.
That's
baked
right.
in.
That's
Okay.
exactly right.
So we have the motion. I'm happy to vote.
Commissioner Marino,
Yes.
Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks.
No.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Yes?
Mayor Baxter.
No.
Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
5 yes, 2 no.
Thank you.
Mayor, shall I proceed? I think we're on to
So Happy Hollow was
5B2.
postponed. North Lake,
correct.
we already voted on, so we are
Correct.
on compatibility text. Which, the cards for, do we have any for 5B2 or 5C1?
Mayor? I think there were several people who did not speak, that their card, they were read into their names were called, but they didn't speak. Are you sure that you wanted to speak on, you put the right number?
You called our names. We thought you were voting on just a little change of that, not on the thing.
Yeah, we apologize. We called the name, so it just, they never came up.
Mayor, I know we've voted, but we've been in this position before, and I think we need to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Just give them their opportunity.
Why don't we just have them submit the writing? No, they're going to speak. Oh, they're going to speak? Oh, good, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, there were people in front of me talking on the microphone. I didn't knock them out of the way. Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida, Sierra Club still. I don't believe SB 180 keeps you from denying privately initiated amendments. I would love for you to tell me no. Do what you can. Some of you are starting to have second thoughts. Enough is enough. How many times do we have to see this project, specifically page 6, ridiculous off-site preserve that is only going to benefit future homeowners when the parcels on Smith Sunday Road and Lyons Road turn into homes? Workforce housing way out west along Boynton Beach Boulevard has only one bus route, 73. If a resident wanted to get to Tri-Rail, it would take them an hour and a half riding on 3 different buses with a 15-minute walk in between routes. Workforce housing should not be located where there isn't transportation infrastructure. The residents, probably all of them, will definitely be getting into their car, whether it's 192 or 259. Boynton Beach Boulevard and the surrounding roads depend on where they are going. What is the public benefit to this project? Public letters of support. One assumed all 259 units were going to be essential housing. How many businesses did the developer have to visit to get 26 to sign their standard letter? I wish the Sierra Club, a nonprofit volunteer organization, had that kind of resources. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I've been waiting all afternoon to talk with you, and when I didn't get called again, I thought, that's kind of a waste of my time, but thank you for letting me speak. I'm a little confused because the Planning Commission denied this, and I'm just gonna say, here I am again, a member of Sierra Club. I ask once more for no future land use amendment from agricultural reserve to essential housing. These past amendments to the Ag Reserve have been chipping away at the purpose of the Ag Reserve and its existence. An amendment that changes HGR to essential housing with conditions. Of course, we need essential housing for the workforce, but as you know, the Planning Commission has recommended denial, citing traffic concerns. We talked about that all morning, and balancing the need for workforce housing and existing community desires and character. So, in agreement with the Planning Commission, I ask that this amendment be denied. But I guess it's too late for that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We will be on 5B2, compatibility text.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll pass to Brian Davis, Principal Planner, for a summary on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. You all have been briefed on this. This is something we're doing just in response to new legislation. I'm happy to give a presentation if you'd like it, but this is pretty straightforward.
I have a motion by Commissioner Marino.
Second.
I have a third, fourth, and fifth, but I'll give the second to Vice Mayor Woodward. All in favor?
Yeah.
Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0.
And just to confirm that that included the change on the add delete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, no, there were no cards. I asked. That was, yes, 5, yeah, B2. Do you have any cards on 5C1? So the next one is 5C1 Liberty Airport Center and text.
I think this was privately initiated.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second.
They were here all day.
Please
Mayor, can I
proceed.
just,
Thank you. For the record, Josh Nichols with Schmidt Nichols, representing Liberty Airport Center. Almost this evening. This is a FLUA application for a condition modification and also a text amendment to the comprehensive plan. So with that, again, I know that this affects the EDC land use, but it does affect a specific project. So I do want to go over the impetus for why we're asking for this. So we actually have so the owner of the property is actually entertaining a tenant for the property, which is Rivian Electric Vehicles. So Rivian is looking to lease a portion of one of the buildings in this facility, and in doing so, they can't do their repair and maintenance facility without doing these amendments. So that's what kind of brings us here. The only other facility, repair and maintenance facility, is down in Miami. There's lots of owners who are having to make that trek down to Miami, so this would be a big relief for their facility and providing this service. So you can see the yellow arrow points to the portion of the building that holds the proposed use. And I'll try to keep this fairly brief, but I do need to go into some of the specifics on the data and text that's being proposed. So this that you see at the top of the screen is part of the comprehensive plan text. So this is item number 11 under the allowable uses. So again, this is just for EDC land use. So this property is an MUPD with EDC land use. There's only 3 of them in the entire county. So I know some of the concern was this could proliferate within other portions of the county. That is not the case. This is only for these 3 EDCs. All other MUPDs, so whether it's commercial high, commercial low, or industrial, already allow a vehicle repair and maintenance facility in them. So this is really just fixing which once was part of the code and was removed. So again, you'll see we're adding industrial and EDC future land use allow this vehicular-based commercial use. And then also staff actually requested the last sentence there in red in letter A, which is to limit to 15% of the gross floor area within the EDC. So of our specific EDC, only 15% could be of this commercial industrial use. Letter B, we had to strike. So basically the impetus for why the use got stricken from the code and the comp plan was when the commerce land use came into play in 2022. We can't find out why exactly, but it was stricken from the code and the comp plan. So we're again going back and eliminating the EDC from that limitation on the commercial use. So beyond that, we have our ordinance modification, which is a condition of approval, and that previously limited to light industrial uses. So what we're adding is or equivalent traffic generating uses. That's pretty common to see on these types of projects. So it just says we can't go above that maximum square footage, but we can do other equivalent uses in here, and that's accounted for. So we did proceed to April Planning Commission, to the Board of County Commissioners, April 29th, and then back to just last week was Planning Commission again, and here we are for hopefully transmittal. So with that, I'll just briefly kind of go through the justification again. If you look back in supplement 20 of the ULDC, we actually, there was a DRO use for repair and maintenance in an EDC. So this once existed in EDCs in our code, and like I said, was taken out in 2022. So we're just reestablishing that. I'll kind of skip over the other Again, the county's assessment, they're in agreement with the proposed text and the condition modification, again, with that 15% limitation. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does staff have a presentation?
We do. I'd like to introduce Aaron Kramer, Planner 1. I don't know if you've met Aaron yet, but yeah. It's your first BCC presentation, Aaron?
Yes, because the last couple of times you guys didn't want to hear.
Well, Mr. Kramer.
Did too good of a job.
Were there anything that you disagreed with in the applicant's presentation?
No.
Was there anything you'd like to add to his presentation?
No.
Okay. Great presentation.
Madam Mayor, I
Thank
want to see the presentation.
Commissioner Powell doesn't feel we've been here long enough.
Especially if it's, definitely want to see the staff recommendation. If there's any conditions, anything changes. Plus, I mean, you know, you're a new planner and you haven't had a chance to present to us yet. I mean, what a privilege.
Do we have a recommendations slide? Approval. Recommendation.
So
of
go back 3 slides and start from there.
Okay.
Go ahead. You got it.
So
I used to do this a long time ago, really long time ago.
the request is compatible with the surrounding areas considering the current developed uses on the site. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, notably FLU policies 122K and 2.1G, as the applicant's request is further developing an employment generating center and is in accordance with county directions. The request is also consistent with the applicable overlays and planning studies. And due to the site's proximity to residential neighborhoods, it is important future development does not create adverse impacts on the surrounding community. This request meets all level of service standards and per the traffic equivalency statement is expected to lower trip generation than the current maximum allowed by the current use. Considering the global effect of the applicant's request on all EDC land use designations throughout the county, staff is recommending a modification of the applicant's request to limit the proposed vehicle repair and maintenance uses to percentage of the site's development in the EDC. This alteration would provide the requested operational flexibility while also ensuring that the site continues to function predominantly as an employment-generating light industrial development. It is also intended to ensure that EDC designated locations are not used as a means for developers to bypass commercial location criteria. On screen is the modified request with the county proposed changes in yellow, altering the applicant's request to limit vehicular repair and maintenance uses to 15% of the gross floor area in the EDC FLU. Staff recommends approval.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
Sorry, Josh. I just want to state my objection to this. I don't know if you have been down my district, specifically military, but it's all light repair and maintenance shops, and it does not look very good at all. It is one of the major issues that we have on military, pretty much from about Okeechobee all the way down to, I want to say Lantana, maybe Gateway. When you do a text amendment, you're not just changing this particular site, you're changing all of them. I understand that you identified there's only 3 in the county. Doesn't mean that there will be 3 forever. I think this is a nice shop. I think introducing this to that particular site might not make it as welcoming as it once was. I also asked you how many cars are going to be parked outside. You didn't quite have a clear answer. Usually when you're repairing vehicles, there are going to be a lot of cars broken down outside because they're waiting for maintenance. So I don't agree with the use for EDC. I don't know why it was removed in 2022. I hope it was a calculated move by the county, not just an oversight. But that decision was made in 22. So with that being said, we talked about this earlier about private text amendments being approved constantly. I think we have to make some decisions, and for me, this is one. So I do not, I object. I don't think it should be here. And, sorry, Josh. Thank you. And it could be Rivian, it could be Tesla, it could be any provider or any company. So in this particular case, I understand it's Rivian. Might be a great manufacturer, but who knows what the next one will be. So, thank you.
Josh?
If I could respond to that, Madam Mayor. Yes, so just two quick things. So one, I forgot to mention that this will generate about 40 to 45 jobs in this facility. And also, to your point, Commissioner Flores, so there is code that doesn't allow for, and this is again on the zoning side more, but they don't allow for disassembled or broken down vehicles on the site. So if those vehicles were taken apart for any reason, those would be internal to the building. So all that happens inside the building. So they would be parked there. Say if a customer, their car's finished, it would be parked outside. They'd come pick it up, but it would not be disassembled vehicles outside of the building. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Is this, I think it's a good idea to put an airport there. I think that it might be conducive to development and also raise, some of the interest for the private. It would be private air that could go, like Atlantic and private jets at all, or not?
No, just to be clear, so this is auto repair and maintenance at Liberty Airport Center. That's the name of the center.
Okay. Okay. The hour is late. Let me review this a little bit deeper. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, thank you. Liberty Airport Center is in District 2, and I think there's the two other EDCs that are in the county. I think we're going to have cars for a while, and we need a place to get them fixed. This is light industrial use, and so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this.
I have a motion by Commissioner Weiss. I have a second by Commissioner Marino. Before we vote, we'll hear from Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner Marino.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Flores brought up a great point, Josh. You indicated that this is EDC and there will be 45 jobs. And Commissioner Flores asked about cars being parked. You indicated there will be no disassembled cars parked on the outside. Let me say that again. Disassembled, all right? What about the 45? 45 people will be working there. Will they be parking? Where are they parking? Is there enough parking for those 45 individuals?
There is enough parking. We have a zoning side that will be going through the process. Again, those are shifts, so it would be total of 45 people at its peak, but that's a shift. So there'd probably be 2 shifts of folks that would be coming into the facility. So not 45 at one point on the site.
Thank you. And again, I know that's not what we're particularly looking at. You still have to come back for the site plan.
We do.
But thought crossed my mind. Commissioner Flores brought that up. Of course, we'd like to see that at a later date, what it does look like. So with that being said, I would be in favor of the change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
The EDC calls for a gross floor area of 15%, and you're coming in less than that, aren't you?
Yeah, substantially less. We're at about 40,000, and it would allow for 90,000 of the entire project.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I will wrap up with saying thank you. I mean, as somebody who struggled to find space for auto repair maintenance because of the stigma that Commissioner Flores has, alluded to, there's around auto repair, it was hard for us to find a place to even exist within light industrial where it was allowed. So thank you for this. And if you would do that roll call, please.
Just want to make sure that there are no cards, right?
Are there any comment cards? No. No cards.
That's 5D1, the next one.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Motion, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Please see that motion carries 6-1. Well, 5-1. Commissioner Sacks isn't here, so 5-1. Thank you. Moving on to 5D1. This we do have cards on, and it is a staff presentation.
Yes, we might have to do a seat shuffle, but this item is for the interlocal service boundary agreement with the Village of Wellington, and I'd like to introduce Khurshid Mahudin to do the staff presentation.
Good afternoon again, Kashid. The item before you for consideration today is Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement, ISBA, with Village of Wellington. You may recall that it all started with annexation of Artistry Lakes, which is highlighted in blue in there. It is currently approved for 534 homes, including 54 workforce housing units.
Could you say that one more time? How many workforce housing?
54.
54. Please proceed.
We objected to this because it's not contiguous to us and it's not a developed area. So it didn't meet the criteria for annexation. Board has authorized us to process that objection, which is currently on hold, pending your decision today on ISBA. So on a parallel path, Village approved a resolution for the ISBA, and due to the statutory requirements, this board was required to approve that responding resolution, which allows us to enter into good faith negotiation with Wellington. Your today's decision is completely legislative and at your discretion. You don't have to take any action, approve or not approve, whatever. I want to make it clear. So we sat with Wellington for a couple of months now. We've been working all these details. What we have it in front of you is what Wellington is, in other words, the best offer that Wellington has. And we agreed that we will proceed forward and bring it to your consideration. Whether you like it or not, it's up to you and you can decide. ISBA does not annex any property, but it allows for property which otherwise would not qualify for annexation. Now there are 4 major areas in the ISBA area, from east to west. Number 1 is the Leonard parcel. And number 2 is Artistry Lake. Number 3 is Arden, which is all built out now. And number 4 is Park of Commerce and Palm Beach Aggregates. I'm going to go one by one a little bit more detail. Number 1, Leonard parcel. Currently, we have our 10 designation in the county. So if anything, we will have they will have 50 single-family homes. Wellington is proposing 2 units to an acre, which will be about 997 units. They are not proposing any workforce housing there. Then we have Artistry Lakes, where we have, they are approved for, as I say, 534 units, including 54 workforce housing units. Artistry is proposing 579 units, and there will be an agreement between Artistry and Wellington to give Wellington $1 million for their workforce housing program, and Artistry will give us $500,000 for our workforce housing program. just as a comparison, if county was to do this buyout, we will have about 5.686 million. Next is Arden, which is built out, and the number 4 is Center Park of Commerce, where Mellington don't want to make any changes at this time. This ISBA will not become effective until this board approves. If board does not approve or doesn't take any action, there's no effect.
Commissioner Flores? Oh.
The first item in the ISBA is to take out the annexation and land use restriction, covenant restrictions that are placed in the ISBA area and outside it. Those restrictions were placed in order to make sure that urban development does not proceed west into Everglades agricultural area. But if you are to approve the ISBA, you need to take those restrictions out because ISBA will allow for annexation. Now, just recently, we have received a motion by Village of Wellington, which says that they are open to only if this board want to change the boundary of ISBA. In other words, if you want to restrict it to east of Arden, and then you don't have to take the action of taking out the covenant restrictions. As it is now, that will be the first item of action, and that will require, if you want to take out those restrictions, that will require minimum 5 votes. So again, the first action in there, as we say, if you want to approve as it is, then it's 5 votes. If you don't take that action, the remaining is a moot point. Unless you want to change the boundary, then you don't need to change. You don't need to do the first action at all. You will go to the second action, ISBA, and then third action will be the Artistry Lake agreement, which must be also adopted today, and the fourth will be the initiation of comp plan amendment. With that, we are open for any questions.
And Krishi, just for the record, we did receive correspondence from Leonard Property Ownership, which is the easternmost parcel, requesting exclusion from the ISBA.
Which property?
Leonard Property, so the easternmost. If we can bring up the aerial.
I'll show you.
So number 1?
Number one.
Which is about 494 acres. That is R10 in the county, meaning 50 units. Mellington's proposal is 997 units with no workforce housing.
And the overlay you're talking about that we would have to remove, that's the GAPO, the Glades
That is
Area
correct.
Protection Overlay?
Yes.
No, we wouldn't be removing any overlay. The overlay remains, right? So what happens is the restrictions on the annexation and the land use are on the Arden property and the PBA property, right? And so they would have to be removed in order to be subject to the ISBA, because the ISBA permits annexation, and those restrictions prohibit annexation. And it would need 5 votes of this board to do that. But if you decide that you don't want to include those properties in the ISBA, then we would have to redo the agreement to only include the properties that you would want in the ISBA.
And we could just not include anything.
And you could just deny it, yes.
Commissioner Flores, you're recognized.
Can we go back to the table that you had earlier? All right. I'm looking really hard to see that, there we go. All right, so existing approval is 539, correct?
534, yes.
Sorry, 134.
Harden, yeah.
And,
Artistry, sorry.
right, because that's the main property that we're talking about, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is being proposed, I saw Ken get up, is 579
That
with
is correct.
Wellington?
Yes,
So if we do simple math, that's what, like 45 more
yes.
units? All right, but when it was with the county, there was 54 workforce housing units, correct?
Townhomes, yes.
And then when they go to Wellington, we get 0.
That
The
is
county
correct.
gets 0.
$500,000 they are proposing.
579 market rate piece of property, correct?
Okay, that's good.
And we lost out completely. So they get more units in the project, and they're giving less in the sense of workforce housing.
That is correct.
That's kind of like I don't know, I see that as a losing proposition, Ken. What do you think? You can come up and give me some of those numbers.
So just good afternoon, Ken Toom with Urban Design here on behalf of Coulter. I recognize that I only have a 3-minute speech, but for this matter, but I'm just going to address your comment directly. First thing, the property is in Wellington today. I just want to be very clear. It has been annexed into Wellington. It was a non-voluntary annexation, meaning that Wellington annexed the subject property. Yes, there are additional units. I'm not going to sit here and tell you there's not. There's additional units. We have also made a proffer to Wellington for $1 million for workforce housing because they don't have it in their code. It is not a requirement within their code. Now, I suspect that my friends here from Coulter who are sitting in the back of the room, we have talked a lot about this over the last couple of days and the last couple of hours, and they have reviewed their performance. We did make an initial offer for $500,000 to the county for you to execute this agreement. If you are in agreement with the ISBA or allow our property to move forward, I suspect I could talk to Mr. Smithwick and we come up with some more money, and I have a feeling that number is $1 million. And we spent a lot of time thinking about this, and that's where we are today.
So you're saying you'll give us $1 million?
Yes, sir.
So
We can't do that.
I would just like
But
to add. that the-
can we at least go through the matter first? Sorry.
So they did go through the annexation process. However, we filed a formal objection. We are in the objection process. Quite frankly, I think our argument is very strong. So
Our argument?
our argument to keep the property in the county.
I think, well, since we're here, I'm going to go ahead and give my speech then if you'd like. Or would you prefer me to wait? My speech is,
It's up to the mayor.
yeah, of course.
But I'm not finished with my questions, I'm just saying.
Right.
Let's let Commissioner Flores finish with his questions first.
Of course.
All right, so is Wellington also getting $1 million for that
Yes,
one?
sir. Yes, sir.
And do they have a workforce housing program?
They do not have workforce housing.
So
It's-
$1 million is going where?
Mr. Stillings can articulate that more clearly than I can. He is from the village of Wellington, but I believe they're going to use it for down payment assistance. But I don't want to tell you 100% for sure. He can address that.
All right, and do we have a representative? I don't see Jim Barnes here from, oh, there we go. I was wondering why you were here.
That's Jim Barnes? He looks different.
I'm the slimmer Jim Barnes. Tim Stillings, I'm the planning director. Yeah, so the commitment was $1 million, and it's basically paid in 3 phases upon construction of some of their homes. We do not have a workforce housing program now, but we've had a what we call Great Hometown program, where it's similar to SHIP and CDBG, where we provide home rehabilitation assistance to income-eligible property owners. We have talked about creating a program for first-time home buyer assistance, but that's still subject to council policy approval.
So right now, the program that you have is to rehab a home?
Rehab existing homes, yes, sir.
How does Wellington help, what you mentioned, new home buyers get into new homes? Because the program's not started yet, but I would like it to be started. I know a lot of people that live out in Wellington, and they rent, and they also want to own something. So how do we help those people?
That's a great question. We'd have to develop a program, and I don't have any details
So
at the
do I
moment.
have your word? Do I have Wellington's word that we're going to create this program, and it's not just going to rehab existing homes?
I can't speak for the council, but I do believe there's strong support for expanding how we support our residents through not only the rehabilitation program, but also through buyer assistance.
Okay. So Ken, I got your word on that condition of approval of $1 million going to a workforce housing program.
You have my word?
Yeah,
Yes, well,
it's going to be under conditions of approval.
and this is going to be in the conditions of approval, yes. I mean, I just want him to shake his head. I just had double check. You have my word now.
That's the guy I
officially.
got to meet.
That's the one you want to meet, but you want to talk to me though first, right? So, say so. I mean, if I may, if I can just speak, Madam Mayor, if I may speak for just a minute. I was going to speak under public comment. I actually wrote it down, so I'm just going to read it just real quick because it's easier. So obviously, I'm here on behalf of Coulter. We're in support of the ISBA for our property. The other jurisdictional discussion that's going on about Arden and the Central Park Commerce and Leonard, that doesn't affect our property. We're interested in the ISBA for our property, and here's why. One, it guarantees with certainty what happens between Wellington and the county. And what do I mean by that? One, we're dedicating a fire station site. Two, we're dedicating the road for Okeechobee Boulevard. That was a big comment earlier today for potentially for secondary access for Arden. Three, we're providing the additional now $1 million of workforce housing to the county. And this creates certainty. And also, what happens if this doesn't go through? What happens is, obviously, we end up with litigation. There's more time involved, right? Wellington can win, the county can win. We're stuck in the middle. Our point is we just want to move forward, so the money, if they figure it out from their timing standpoint, that would make sense for them. So with that being said, it also indicates that we have the opportunity to provide, excuse me for 1 second, I make sure I hit all my key talking points. There was also a big discussion about a fire station on the site. Coulter is willing to advance that fire station pad right away. They can have that pad ready for vertical construction in 90 days from today. But we can't dedicate it to the county because the plat's ready to be recorded in Wellington. We're in Wellington. We're ready, and now what does that mean? I know that the county is looking at a temporary fire station at Arden. We totally get that, and I'm not suggesting that we get off that course. I'm just saying the permanent pad will be available. The water and sewer will be ready in September of 2027. So you can expedite that project to have the permanent fire station also, potentially to speed things up.
Do we have a condition of approval for that too? Is that part of it? The fire station?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's in the
that's
ISBA, yes.
What else, Ken? Keep
Okay,
coming.
now I'm going all off course here. So we talked about that, the benefit of the plat being recorded, the density. So basically, this also sets up and controls the land use and density for the property. It says that you can be no greater than 2 dwelling units per acre. We're 1.46 on our property, I believe, or 1.45, one of those two numbers. Long story short is, again, no one knows who would win a court case, right? At the end of the day, Wellington wins, the county wins. If the ISBA is not there, you don't have certainty as a negotiated settlement of what the density and intensity would be. The ISBA sets that precedence for both now and in the future.
All right, let me direct my last couple of questions to our attorney here. Why are we putting these 4 properties into the ISB? What is the thinking behind it? Because there's only one piece of property that is asking to be annexed, but we're lumping 4.
Well, we think, so when Wellington did their initiating resolution for the ISBA, they included those properties, so I think they could probably explain it.
What was the thinking behind this? Because that got me confused.
So after we got the objection from the county staff on the annexation, we met with them and started talking about a larger joint planning area. So knowing that we were looking at this one property specifically to address the existing objection, we wanted to have a joint planning agreement for more than that area. So we looked at basically from Fox Trail.
So if you're doing a joint planning, that would indicate to me, and I'm not very bright, but that you're looking to annex these other properties.
We're not looking to, but we just felt.
But just in case,
Well, just,
putting it out there, just in case.
yeah, exactly. Just to address the same issue we're having with Artistry Lakes earlier in the process, rather than doing it step by step by step at each property, should they come to us. We're not going to them.
I'm a big fan of step by step.
Okay.
So
If I may, that is why, so we recommended to the council, village council, to include in their motion the contraction of the area, should the Board of County Commissioners choose to do so.
The direction I would like to go is, Artistry, I believe it's called, right? Is the one that has been annexed by Wellington. And by the way, I come from a local municipality. I am in favor of annexations, but doing this blanket approach is not my style. I also don't like to lose workforce housing, because I'm assuming a lot of people that work for you in Wellington and a lot of people that work here need workforce housing. So I prefer not to lose that. So when we get an exchange, which the gentleman here has agreed, I'm okay with moving forward. And but I am in objection to 1, 3, and 4 in regarding to the ISBA being included. Thank you.
What was the amount you said if we kept it in the county and the developer had to buy out the workforce housing units? How much would we get?
That would be, using 22 numbers from year 2022, when it was approved, it would be 5.686 million. If you
So
use
instead of
today's number-
5.6 million, we would only be getting 1 million?
That is correct.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. Actually, Commissioner Flores got most of my questions answered. Thank you. The only part I was wanting to know, so it is in here already for us to remove 1, 3, and 4 in what's being presented. That's one of our options?
I mean, that's one of your options, but we would have to then, we'd have to revise the agreement. That's what we would have to do, because the agreement is currently written and approved for all 4 of the properties.
We'll have to come back.
Yeah, I mean, but it would be a
He
fairly
indicated that the
simple.
board- their council had kind of left that door open for
Mr.
us.
Stillings can address that. I attended the meeting.
I understand that, but from the county's perspective, we're gonna have to amend this contract. We're gonna have, not amend it, because it's never been approved yet, but it's essentially gonna have to be redrafted. Granted, the redrafting will just be removing the other 3 properties from it, but I still think it, from my perspective, I'm gonna want it to go back to the town for their approval.
Well, my question then is, if we end up doing that route and we just have the 2, there's protections.
The 2 or the 1?
All right, which one?
Because Commissioner Flores was just talking about the 1 property,
Which is number 2.
which is number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2,
Yes,
yes.
number 2 on there.
Yes.
The other properties right now have a protection that they cannot be annexed, right?
Well, they
3 and
cannot
4.
annex, yes.
Okay, so if we do just the number 2 property, that keeps the protection on 3 and 4?
That's
That currently
correct.
exists?
That's correct.
And
That
what about
restrictive
1? Same
covenant
thing?
will
And we
remain.
received the letter about number 1. Would it be the same thing for them?
Number 1 is not under the restrictive covenant, so it doesn't apply to them.
Okay, so, but,
But we would just exclude number 1 from the ISBA
okay, as they've requested?
as they've requested.
They've requested, okay, and then 3 and 4, currently, we would have to release the protections that exist currently for them to even come into the ISBA.
That's right.
And so by us not doing that, that would keep them with their
That would
current
just leave
protections.
them as they are now.
And so, but in the future, if they ever wanted to annex, is that something that them as voters could decide to do?
Well, it's likely not because of the restrictive covenant on the property.
But if they were to, say, petition the county to release them of
Oh,
that-
yeah, they could
I'm just
try to
saying,
petition.
I always want the
But
voters
it
to
would just
actually have
take
a
a,
say
it would take a supermajority vote of the county to release that.
of the county commission.
of the county commission.
But then, even then, it would go to the voters, like it would
Then
go
the
on a ballot
voters would-
referendum or something for them
Right.
to actually vote on.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
So for clarity purposes, can somebody explain to me exactly what was annexed during the non-voluntary annexation by Wellington? What, can you put the 1, 2, 3, 4 up? And
This is the artistry lake.
I'm looking at, so everything that's in gray is already annexed, well, it's already Wellington, right? So, show me what has been, what was non-voluntary, involuntary annexed into Wellington?
The yellow.
Just artistry lakes?
Artistry lake came in for annexation. Wellington actually came in for annexation. They have adopted the ordinance for the annexation. However, we have started the conflict resolution process, so that annexation is on hold, if I understand.
Essentially, yeah, it's not final yet because we have an outstanding objection.
Okay. As a follow-up to that, with the outstanding objection, it was indicated that as opposed to $5 million for just this property for,
Workforce housing, if the board was to approve a buyout option, it was just giving you an example, board has to approve it. It was not approved for this, it was approved for 54 townhome units, workforce townhome units.
Okay. So, in addition to that, if it does go to court and we are not on the side that doesn't prevail, then how many units would they have to give us?
They don't give us anything.
I mean, so they would just go into Wellington and they would.
They would just go into Wellington at the 579 units or whatever it is that they've already been.
More, because they are going with land use C, which allows up to 3 units to an acre.
So in essence, if we agree to this agreement, they would convey land to us for a fire station, in addition to $1 million on our side?
No, artistry won't give us any land for fires, that was Arden.
Arden,
No.
No.
We
sorry.
previously already had approval with the county for dedication of land for a firehouse there. So regardless,
that's gonna happen.
that happens.
Okay. So there'd be $1 million, $2 million, because one side would be for Wellington, and then they would donate $1 million. I guess, is it donate or?
We have a contract.
Voluntary contribution. I
Yes,
think
we
was
have a
the term.
contract that with ready to go with them.
Okay. All right, I have a better and more clear understanding. Thank you.
Commissioner Marino.
Just to be clear, Arden would, if they wanted to annex, this would be a process that Arden themselves would go to the village of Wellington and say, we want to put a referendum on the ballot to annex ourselves. This is not something that the county has anything to do with. If I lived in Arden, I wouldn't want to annex. Sorry, Joelle, I know you like, I know you like that. And from the garden's perspective, we're always annexing other properties. But, it's different when you've got, how many homes are in Arden? Okay, so 2,400 families, you would need 50% plus one of those that vote to annex into Wellington. I don't believe that Arden has any desire to do that. So when you're talking about the 1, 2, 3, and 4, right now, all we are going to concentrate on is the number 2. And if we move this forward today with just the number 2, what we're doing is actually saying to you all to change the contract, or whatever we're calling this, ISB.
ISBA.
Okay, thank you.
Local Service Boundary Agreement.
To just be the artistry community. Now, if we do move this forward, the Village of Wellington gets $1 million for hopefully down payment assistance. The county gets $1 million, but we don't get 54 workforce housing units. I would like a little bit more than $1 million, quite frankly. But, I mean, this is, I feel like we're bartering, you know? But we're in a quandary because the Village of Wellington is trying to annex this property, and it hasn't happened yet. So and I know we've talked about doing this in place of as a placeholder for the annexation. Is that correct, Aaron?
Well, so we objected to the annexation, and then Wellington was, well, why don't we discuss an ISBA to try and resolve the objection? And so that's how we.
And the fire station, Ken, tell me what you were talking about with the fire station?
Yeah, I mean, so I want to repeat one more time, make sure everybody hears it. This property is in Wellington today. Yes, the county did object to it, but we are annexed land use zone in Wellington today. That's already occurred. It occurred earlier this year. So just so we're all on the same page. In regards to the fire station, as part of the ISBA guarantees the fire station land dedication for the permanent fire station. The ISBA also guarantees the dedication of Okeechobee Boulevard right-of-way, which is a secondary access point to Arden, which was an important discussion point this morning. It also now will guarantee this dollar amount that we're talking about. But the permanent fire station, Coulter's prepared to move forward with that permanent fire station. They're constructed out of sequence, their pad for it, and so it could be ready for potentially vertical construction 90 days. I know the county's not ready for that yet, but at the end of the day, if they do that, and then they also bring the water and sewer by early next year, it could potentially move that construction timeline for that permanent fire station up if the county so decides to choose it. I'm not suggesting at all that the county not construct the temporary fire station at Arden. All my suggestion is this just brings things forward a little bit quicker, and it also creates certainty, because no one knows in this room when a judge decides on this thing who wins or who loses. And at the end of the day, here you have a negotiated settlement between all the parties. Thank you.
Attorney, I'm sorry.
I just want to make it clear that this has, I don't want to speak for the residents of Arden, but they themselves are not being affected other than with traffic, but we've already approved upwards of 500 units on this property anyway. So if Arden wanted to annex into the Village of Wellington, it is their prerogative, and the county has nothing to do with it. I just want to make that clear, because we keep talking about Arden, and I don't want them to feel like we're shoving anything down their throats, because that's not what we're doing here. So that's it. Thank you.
Darren? So if just number 2, and I'm not saying I'm in support of that, was approved, would our current objection kind of relies on them not being contiguous?
That's part of it, but the big issue is the property is completely undeveloped, right? So the statute requires that at least some of the property be developed for urban purposes, and it defines urban purposes. None of the property is developed for urban purposes at this point.
And I mean, I feel like this feels very strong-armed, like we're doing this and we're here, and if this goes to court, this doesn't feel like cooperative back and forth between the county and Wellington. It's saying, oh, we annexed it.
Well, I mean, it was an aggressive approach by Wellington, yes.
Like, we're taking it whether you like it or not, even if it isn't developed at all.
Right.
Taken land. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Stilling, welcome to my playpen. You guys, you got up here, not you personally, but the Village of Wellington got in front of this board when you all wanted to annex in the Sluggett property, and you swore to us that was the end of annexation. Please address.
Well, I don't recall that being done. I think what we had said at the time, is we had no plans for annexation. I don't know that we said we were not annexing any further.
I specifically asked your village manager that question.
I was asked that question and spoke to him, and he has no recollection of making that statement.
I have a very clear recollection of him making that statement. I wouldn't have said it up here if it didn't happen. So why should I trust you today for anything?
I don't have a good response for you, sir.
Y'all, as far as I'm concerned, you didn't deal with us in good faith last time. What's to stop you from continuing to annex around this property? So even if we were to agree with this ISBA and to this one parcel, what's to stop you from annexing again aggressively?
Well, with any of the annexations, they followed the Florida statute. They've received either elector support through referendum or property owner consent. Even Artistry Lakes, we could not adopt the annexation without their consent, even though it was involuntary. For Arden, it was mentioned there is a restrictive covenant on it currently, or declaration of restrictions, which basically requires the county commission to remove that restriction for annexation to take place, and it requires an affirmative vote of 5 county commissioners.
When you guys brought the Sluggett property in front of us, we had no obligation to allow you to do anything. But we said, the property owners came in and said they wanted to be annexed. And we said, okay, fine. You guys hold a referendum, hold a vote, and we will abide by what the property owners wanted. But under my questioning, I asked, and I'll say it again, that this is the end of it. And you all said yes. This is as far as this goes. And then, not too long after that, this comes in front of us with this annexation that you made. And I think integrity is important, and I'm not speaking about you impersonally, because it's not about you personally. But integrity, I mean, when we make a deal, and as we're trying to, work something out here today, that's, this is where it all happens, and we have to be able to abide and trust one another. And clearly that didn't happen.
Well, if I may, at that time, we had no intention of any additional annexation.
It doesn't matter what the intention was. When you said no, that should have been the end of it, and you should have gone back to the board, your own board, and said, hey, this is what I told the commission, the Palm Beach Board of County Commissioners, that we weren't going to do this. And if you guys want to move ahead and do it, understand that's what I told them. But that never happened.
So Commissioner Weiss, would you like to hear public comment at this time?
I would, but, and then, that we're out the 54 workforce housing units. And when, that, and here's where it just makes the connection. When you got in front of us a few minutes ago and told us that you were going to have a program to help, with down payment assistance, is that legit? I mean, I know you believe it is, but you go back to your board and they can say, no, that's not what we're going to do with that money. We're not going to help people. We'll just stick it to the bottom line and, whatever. But that's the sort of the thing, with integrity, and I know you know this, but this is where, where it matters. And so apparently everything we do has got to be in writing with y'all in order to be sure that that's the way it's going to be.
If I may, the reason that we don't have a program in place yet is, as I said, the first installment of the funds coming from Coulter is on the, I think it's the 279th unit, which we're several years off. And so we basically wouldn't want to develop a program until we knew the funds were coming.
Sure. Understood.
Because at that point, you know, we will likely have at least 2 new council members on our council at that time who might have different opinion than the current council.
Well, then maybe we should be in writing to ensure that that's how that money gets spent.
Vice Mayor Woodward?
Thank you. Before public comment, I just wanted to ask our attorney, if we say no to this, because it's been indicated that it's a done deal, Wellington has annexed, if we say no to this, what happens?
Then we continue in the intergovernmental dispute, which I believe would be a meeting of the boards, joint meeting of the boards to try to resolve it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, managers, but the managers have met, like, well, no, you've met, you're not the manager, yeah.
Yes, let's call people up.
Before I do that, I do want to throw something out, Mayor. If you want, to the Village of Wellington, we can hold that $1 million for you, and we will give it to Wellington applicants. So that way you don't have to start your own program. You let me know. Offers on the table. All right, here we go. Jack Rice, Elizabeth Acamundo, Tim Stillings. Ken, you already used up your 3 minutes. Pia Scorin, Nina Horning, Nancy Gribble, Sue Loisel, Lisa Johnson, Larry Frazier, Natalie Frazier. No to Project Tango. Thank you, Natalie. I think we already voted on that one. Ben Brown and Kayla Valiquette.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am appalled, extremely appalled, that developers think that they can come here and play The Price is Right, and that you would even entertain such an offer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is my understanding that because Otter Street Lakes is not contiguous to Wellington property, that's the reason they need the ISBA. And that's why we have a strong challenge to the annexation. And they told you, if you make it contiguous, they will have an opportunity to annex those other things. You heard them say today, what was the reason? Why did they want to do this? Not because they want to give you $1 million, right? Why did they want to do this? Commissioner Weiss, you hit the nail on the head. Why do they want to do this? Because they want to continue on, and they're not stopping here. They want the county out of the way. They just told you that in words. Restrictions were put in place for a reason. If additional residential and commercial development is eventually permitted, the impacts do not stop at the property being annexed. They are carried by the surrounding roads and neighboring communities. We have traffic issues, we have road capacity issues, and we have water issues. We have lots of issues. Please don't sell us out.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening, I think, still. Nancy Gribble, 1525 Gallup Drive. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for letting us speak on this very important item, even though it's the last item of the day. I think, Commissioner Weiss, you hit the nail on the head. Wellington has become a bully, and even as often as Mr. Tuma wants to beat his chest and say that it has been annexed, it is in litigation, okay? Referencing January 3rd, 2024 letter from Kevin Fisher, the planning director in Palm Beach County, he states, finally, the village, through its village manager, Jim Barnes, admitted that the proposed annexation area does not meet requirements of 1710432 Florida statute. At the BCC meeting on December 5th, 2023, he told the BC, in response to a direct question from Commissioner Weiss, that the village does not dispute that the proposed annexation area does not meet any of the requirements set forth in section 1710432. Period. So please, continue the litigation. Your attorney is telling you you have good grounds. They are not going to stop. If you think Sluggett and Entrada Acres were the end, it's the beginning. I live in Fox Trail next to the Leonard property. I'm happy to hear that Mr. Leonard wants nothing to do with Wellington. It's very important to keep this restrictive covenant on the Arden and Palm Beach Aggregates property to prevent urban uses moving west into the EAA, because don't doubt, that's where Wellington is going. Please listen to the people, and I ask you to continue to fight for us. Don't approve this today. Move on with the litigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Johnson. I just want to say that Wellington mayor told me that he only wanted Artistry Lakes, and it was the county that made them do this whole situation. This is not contiguous. I feel like a giant doing hopscotch. I feel like it's bribery, and I feel Artistry Lake is vacant land, and once it's changed over to them, they're gonna land use change and density change after everything that has been done to keep this low. Are they holding a fire station hostage? Now I'm just gonna go on to what we're talking about today, what's on the table. That was extra. I hope I don't get my time for that. I oppose this ISBA as currently written. I understand the ISBA doesn't itself annex property, but it establishes a framework for future annexation, future land use planning, infrastructure, and municipal services within the designed area. We have heard approximately 3,400 acres discussed in connection with this future annexation. I am asking the county to clearly identify every parcel and explain exactly what protections apply to each of these properties today and what happens if those protections if the annexation occurs. Another important concern is, what choice will the individual communities have? If Loxahatchee or another municipality were to incorporate in the future and Arden lies along that proposed boundary, will Arden have a meaningful choice about which municipality it wants to become part of? Or does the ISBA effectively establish Wellington as its future destination? Arden should not lose the choice simply because two governments agreed today on a future service boundary. The GAPO Glades Area Protection Overlay was created to protect the Everglades agricultural area and urban and suburban encroachment. Condition 4 addresses land use, and Condition 5 addresses voluntary annexation. And Section 3F in this ISBA specifically provides for existing restricted covenants to be lifted if the county approves this action. So I ask, why should these protections be released before the public knows exactly what replaces them?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Please vote no.
Hold on, don't go anywhere. Who was your question for?
Well, you mentioned the GAPO overlay, and I'm not sure if you would know or whatever, because it's 3 and 4. Does it cover 2 and 1 also? Or you said it doesn't cover 1. Does it cover 2?
Cover 2 and 1.
So it does cover 3 and 4.
No. I think there's some confusion here. So the GAPO, I don't have the map in front of me. Maybe Jeff can pull it up. Now, 3 and 4 are subject to the restrictive covenant.
Yes.
Right. So those properties would need to have the restricted covenant released to be included in the ISBA.
But the GAPO, does that go over into 2 as well?
Well, I think the GAPO definitely covers 3 and 4. I'm not sure about 1 or 2, I think.
Okay, we'll get to the bottom of it. But
Well,
thank
and the
you for
reason
bringing
that I said my first part and went on to the second part, because that's what we were here for today. So I wanted to be clear that should you pass what we were here for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, or, well, good afternoon now, sorry. My name is Sue Loisel, and I serve as the chair of the Arden Development Impact Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of Arden residents concerned about the State Road 80 ISBA with Wellington and the proposed release of Arden's restricted covenant on annexation and land use. The ISBA does not annex Arden today, we know this, but it creates a framework for future annexation while asking to remove the legal safeguard residents relied on when they purchase homes here. Arden residents should not lose protection before receiving complete written answers, independent review, and dedicated opportunity to be heard. The fairness issue is clear. The official ISB language gives FPNL and the West County Energy Center written consent protection for approximately 364 acres, requiring the property be treated separately unless the owner consents in writing to inclusion in a larger annexation area. Arden, by comparison, is approximately 1,200 acres and the home to over 7,000 residents. If a large utility owner receives that level of consent-based protection, Arden residents should not be asked to give up an existing restricted covenant affecting a much larger residential community without comparable clarity, transparency, and protection. I respectfully ask the board to pause or any action affecting Arden. Preserve the covenant unless residents knowingly support a change and require independent review and a dedicated public meeting before moving forward. The GAPO is in 3 and 4. County Attorney, please clarify on the record that this issue related to a moratorium tomorrow that you're voting on relates to the ISB. A, because if you approve it, does the property remain subject to PBC's moratorium related to Project Tango and other AI data centers, or will it fall outside of the moratorium because if approved, it will become Wellington and no longer under county zoning jurisdiction? The public needs answers before relying on this. Mr. Tamu stated that they will provide communication to Okeechobee and connection to Okeechobee, but they didn't do it, Mayor Baxter.
Ben?
For the east exit, they took it out of the plans and they got rid of the employment center. So what makes you think they're not going to take the north exit out? It's in the development order that they must put it in if the road goes through, which we don't know if that's happening.
Well, okay, thank you. Attorney Darren, what's up here now? Is that the GAPO?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
And that includes number 2?
That,
Yes.
it does, yes.
2, 3, and 4 are what is in the
Are
GAPO.
in the GAPO.
Right. Initially, it was 3, 4. 2 is then added later, and then a little bit, that's the parcel we all
So
know.
it is a protected area. All right. Please proceed.
Yes, Ben Brown, live in Arden. Damn, Sue, that was pretty good there. You took a lot of my stuff. I like it, though. As been mentioned, it's infamous, Project Tango, and that land at PBA. The big question, which Mayor Mike over at Wellington could not answer for us, if the ISBA goes away and all these other acronyms and allows Wellington to go wild and annex everything, what happens with a potential moratorium? Mayor Mike and the council couldn't come up with that answer. Mayor Mike was also on the record, or has been proven and shown, that he was texting with the lawyer Seymour, the developer for Project Tango. We have a lot of questions. We're wondering what kind of assurances is the county going to put in place here if they allow any of this land to change over to give Wellington a better option to annex, and what's going to go on and what kind of safeguards and protections are there. And I'd have to reiterate what I've heard as well. This name your number and we'll trade you a firehouse. I mean, this looks awful. Come on now. Like, it is. Like, if we're at it, we need a new middle school. Wellington Landings is exploding. There are not enough classrooms, 34, 36 kids a class. Throw a middle school on there while you're at it for us if you can. Where is the Okeechobee extension? That land was guaranteed, that northern right-of-way, when the land was approved and this development was approved. I know it came up earlier this morning because I've spent 9 or 10 hours here once again in my day. I'm tired of doing it. I don't want to do it anymore. Give us a good answer about how you're going to protect us against Project Tango, PBA, whatever it's now called, and not allow Wellington to swoop in, develop it, make the moratorium moot, and they develop it, or they collect the tax dollars. So I really would like some answers on that. I guess the last little piece too, I've thrown Mike under the bus a few times. Wellington made no effort whatsoever to reach out to Arden to communicate what they had any plans to do, how they're gonna do this. We had to ask them, believe it or not, start off nicely what their intentions were with this land, and they wouldn't give us the answer. I would really like you to ask them what they plan to do with it and what kind of restrictions you could put on that if this ever proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last? Please proceed.
Nina Corning, Loxachi Groves. So I am not from Arden. But I do remember when the GAPO was created. I do remember when Arden was the dunes. I do remember why we put the GAPO in, and Commissioner Marco would go and turn around in their non-existing grave right now, hearing everything that's been done to the Gappo. Now, we don't want any more density. This is good for Wellington and Wellington alone. It is not good for the county. It is not good for ITID. It is not good for Arden. It is not good for Loxahatchee Groves. It's not good for anybody else. So these dudes are smooth. They can go and sell ice to Eskimos, and I hope we don't have any Eskimos up here today. So please, you heard me earlier in reference to the Okeechobee extension. Arden has been trying to get another path out. So one of the other developers in the area needs to go and be approached to have some other exit. Resolutions have to be done on Southern with the help of Florida, the county, to give you the money to improve Southern and get that better worked out instead of these promises, losing more money, and making the Okeechobee extension. So please say no. Your attorney told you had a good case. Your engineer told you this is nuts. What are you waiting for? Just say no.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward?
You got one more speaker.
Oh, one more.
And
Did you submit a
I
card?
had a card, yes.
Okay. Please, proceed then.
Thanks again. Tim Stillings, the planning director. As was said, the ISBA was designed first to address the objections to the Artistry Lakes annexation, and it was expanded in an effort to look at a joint planning perspective. The 4 properties or 4 areas, 3 of the 4 have existing entitlements. So really the Leonard property, which has, we were unaware, was asking to be excluded from the ISBA, have county-approved entitlements already, which even if annexed, would maintain those same entitlements. The ISBA does not annex any of the property. I don't know if that's been clearly stated. And the agreement only establishes that we would follow the Florida statutes, which is required regardless for any of the annexations, which requires owner consent or elector consent through a referendum. All it established would be the county commission's consent to those annexations, which would address your charter requirement for voluntary annexations. The reason that the restrictive covenant or declaration of restrictions was brought up was because that is a higher level of county authority over annexation within Arden and the PBA Holdings property. And so if the thought was if consent was being given today, that would be included. I just want to reiterate, the Village Council did agree to a change to the boundary as well as any of the terms related to those properties that were removed and would not need to reconsider it if the board accepted that modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Kayla Valaket. I had little ducklings that keep trying to follow me up here. I live in Arden, and when I'm looking at the diagram with the 1, 2, 3, 4, that's where my concern started. So I sat here quietly trying to learn everything I could about the ISBA, and it's very, I don't know, I don't feel like I really understand everything about it, but my biggest concern comes down to what Ben said and what Sue said, is that, say number 4 says, yes, I want to be part of Arden, I want to be part of Wellington, and Arden does not. We have no protections because Wellington is not standing up for Arden. They have no, they don't have to answer to us. It's you guys that we're speaking to. So separating this, having 1, 2, it's not helping. I would really appreciate if you would oppose this because just for all the wonderful reasons everyone else has said. I was not really prepared to speak. I wanted to come and understand everything. But I'm just looking at this from my perspective, and it seems like a very sneaky way for number 4 to get what they've been asking for a long time. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Mayor, first, I did want to clarify, you pulled up, number 2 is in the GAPO.
Yep.
Which makes me wonder, I mean, if it has the protections you were talking about, how were they able to annex in the first place? Or is that part of what the case is?
The point of the GAPO was to stop the westward expansion through annexation. That was why the restrictive covenant was put on parcels 3 and 4. The other part of the GAPO, though, is it gave the ability to get an entitlement that it wouldn't otherwise be able to get. So it was the LR2. So when what's now Artistry came in, they needed to expand the GAPO to pull over the allowance for LR2. But because there was already the restrictive covenant in place on parcel 3, the Arden area, there wasn't an ability to annex out into the glades. They were just, too many other parcels would have to come into place. So it was not placed on that parcel.
Okay, well, and two, it was brought up a couple of times in public comment. What would guarantee what we've approved right now carries over into what gets annexed? If we agree to this, then we're basically saying, Wellington, take it. What guarantees do we have that it remains anywhere close to what we've approved? I mean, we've already lost workforce housing because they don't have it.
Right.
They could then actually make a change in the future.
Well,
Is that correct?
Wellington has already approved that they've already issued development orders for the property, so those development rights are already established.
And that can't change?
I mean, sure, it could change. The owner could go back to the commission and request a change. But that's, as of right now, what they have is how many? 579 units.
And what about the north part, the road? Which road? Wait,
There's an
Okeechobee?
Okeechobee.
It's the future Okeechobee.
Is that part of this?
We already have the right of way.
Of the ISBA, yes.
Because it was brought up in the comment that we would lose that part of the road. That's not going to happen.
No, it's in their approved plan through Wellington. It's also in the ISBA. And on the Leonard, well, what would remain developable, the Leonard property, we have a condition or a term in the agreement regarding the north-south connection between State Road 80 and the Okeechobee extension.
Okay, well, just for myself, I am not in favor of 1, 3, and 4 being a part of this at all. I'm still a little uncertain on 2. I'm ready to hear what others have to say on it, but absolutely not on the others. Keep the underlying, what is it called, restrictive covenant on 3 and 4. Keep that as it is. 1, we have the letter here from that landowner. He does not want to be a part of this, so I'm not, it doesn't really matter how we got to these 4 parcels, but 3 of them, for me, are off the table, and I'm still a bit undecided on 2, so that's all I have to say.
If I may interject.
You may not unless one of the commissioners has a question for you. And I know that Bobby's your friend, so I have a feeling.
I was just,
I do have a question for you.
I was just going to identify, that in the agreement, in the ISBA, the density is limited. And it says the density of property number 2 shall be limited to 1.4 units per acre, which is what it is today. Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Mayor.
This is a question for the attorney, Mr. Lesser. What is the specific advantage to Palm Beach County for this annexation on 1, 2, 3, and 4? And if they differ, if you could tell us exactly the advantages or one advantage to the county for this.
The advantages to the county of having these properties annexed, I don't see any advantage to the county.
So there's
right?
no
Annexation is, it's just a statutory thing that municipalities are encouraged to do. And we have comprehensive plan policies that say we're going to assist in proper annexations.
So there is no advantage to any of our 7 commissioners, to the people of Palm Beach County, to annex 1, 2, 3, or 4, or all of them?
I mean, I guess the only advantage is if these folks want to be annexed,
No,
you
wait,
would be
if
doing
they
them a
want to be-
favor.
Wait, I'm looking for something a little more concrete than if they want to be annexed. I mean, I've heard from people.
I can't
wait,
give you
just-
anything.
It's a simple question, and it really deserves a simple answer.
I don't know of any.
You don't know any specific advantage to us for this annexation?
No.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Either my question is either for Mr. Stillings or Mr. Tuma. It's been indicated that Artistry Lakes, the 579 units, is already approved in Wellington. Is that the case? If that is the case, that's 579 units that are already approved. That is how is, for clarification, where is that in process, right? If this is to go to court, if we vote no today, and it goes to court, how does that impact the proposed 579 units that are approved or are not approved? What does that do? Process-wise, where does that put us?
Well, it definitely puts a kink in Coulter's development process. They're out there now under a land development permit, getting the site ready for homes. For us, the annexation was adopted along with the land use zoning and master plan. So that's all done. They have an approved site plan. They have submitted or we've been working with county engineering on transferring the permits, but that's been put on hold pending this agreement and hopefully this agreement. And then they will be moving on to building permits for the homes themselves.
So, Mr. Stillings, this has gone through Wellington's entitlement process
Completely.
already?
Yes, sir.
What was that? What did it entail? Was it any type of special application? What did it entail to get to the 579 units? Was it by right? I mean,
It was
how did you transfer the zoning and land use from what it was designated as county to Wellington? How did that work?
It was a transition from county to Wellington, land use and zoning, and from the county's master plan to a Wellington amended master plan. So it was an amendment of the county's plan. So again, they came into the village with entitlements, and those were modified.
And how did Wellington know to do an involuntary annexation? Was it something that Wellington just had on its radar? Or was this something, how did that happen, process-wise?
Well, we initiated the annexation and sent a letter to the county commission after the first reading, and then got a consent from the property owner prior to the adoption of the annexation.
Thank you. To the staff, what does the county lose by allowing this annexation? Do we lose tax dollars, or is it the potential, because it's already annexed, is it the potential to lose what would have been there for workforce housing? But if we go to court and are successful, we end up with nothing at all in any case. Is that correct?
No, I mean, if we go to court and are successful, we've got they've got the property now with the entitlements that we put on there. So the 54 workforce housing units and the 400 and some odd units.
34, yeah.
So it would still go into Wellington, though?
No. If we win, it stays unincorporated.
Okay. If we win, it stays unincorporated. If we lose, what
If we
happens?
lose, it goes into Wellington with the Wellington the approvals that they already have. But we don't have an ISBA.
Okay. All right, thank you.
As the district commissioner, I don't support this. I mean, most of the residents don't like it. We're losing not only workforce housing, we're also losing protective overlays. We shouldn't, and the way this was done, was very strong-handed and kind of, I don't think, proper. And to Commissioner Weiss's point, they did come before this board and tell us they weren't going to do this. So I will hear again from Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Woodward. So if somebody would like to make a motion to not approve this, I will entertain that.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. So this, I think it goes to you, Darren. So, because on the original approval from the county, they were required to allocate the land from the fire station. Did that get extinguished when Wellington annexed it? They had, even though we had already, approval had been given to us?
Yeah, let Patrick give you, he's.
Sure, I'll address that. And it's kind of to Commissioner Powell's point as well, what we would lose. We have a development order that required, I think it was 8 or 9 acres of civic use, among other points. When a development order, if it became effective in the village of Wellington, if we weren't to proceed, whatever we had by way of conditions are gone. They don't exist anymore. Think of Westlake. We had a overarching large development order, a lot of civic sites. We had workforce housing requirements, things like that. They evaporated. They don't exist. We did secure some civic sites through Westlake by other means, but that development order does not exist to our benefit. It exists in the local government that controls.
So when does that requirement actually take place? Is it on CO?
When it becomes effective. So at this point, again, what Darren has explained, we're securing our rights, contesting it, because we don't think that independently it meets Chapter 171 for contiguity and the other.
No, I guess my question is, on the civic site dedication, when does that property transfer to the county?
I'd have to look at the existing development order that's on the books now, at what point it is, and I'm looking, Eric McClellan from FDO is here as well, if he knows off the top of his head.
Not that good. Good evening, everyone. Eric McClellan, Assistant Director with Facilities Development Operations. We had a date certain condition in the development order under the county's jurisdiction. The applicant has pursued extensions by right under state statute to those. The outside date is now somewhere in the 2032 range before it would be due. That would be under county's jurisdiction, but as Patrick just indicated, now that it's in the village jurisdiction, there's an argument that the county might not be entitled to this dedication at all.
Okay, thank you. And then and you said permits, so they have submitted for permits with Palm Beach County?
Tim may better address it, but my understanding is they're coordinating with us to take over the land development permits. We'd issued some, and the developer's working with the village on transferring those.
Yes, sir, and I was wanting to address your other question. We're checking, it's actually in the development order in Wellington when we dedicate the fire station. I just don't know the exact trigger, but it's fairly soon. I just wanted to make sure I give that proper information to you.
But on the permits, so when do you pay the permit fee? Stumpers.
Land development permit fee, I think the commissioner is referring to.
At issuance.
So your client has paid that fee to Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Okay.
Got two head shakes.
Were there any other costs that were incurred by Palm Beach County in processing this that have not been satisfied or paid? Or that will not be paid because this doesn't go through, that our staff has done?
I don't think so.
Yeah, the app fee would cover. The entitlements were finished, so we had no pending fees that were due for planning, zoning, and building. I don't know if there were any platting fees or anything like that that were due.
We wouldn't have be processing any applications unless the fees had been paid in advance.
Okay. And nothing has been refunded? Okay. I just, if this were to move forward, I would not want the tax, well, because that's not even a tax, it's a enterprise fund to be shortchanged, if you will. In terms of this agreement and what we're able to do, because I'm very, unless everything is in writing with Wellington, I can't, I'm not going to be comfortable doing anything with them, unfortunately. I need, it's been proven, I need it in writing. So unless you're able to put things in writing for me today, Mr. Stillings, on behalf of the village, I'm going to have a very tough time.
The only thing I'm authorized to agree to is a boundary change and adjustment to the terms related to that. With respect to artistry, it isn't, one of the terms is the density that's allowed, so that would not change. And then the other items you have are Coulter's contribution for the workforce housing as well as the fire station.
And how are you going to spend the money?
Yeah, and how you're spending the money, the $1 million you guys are getting.
I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but
No, no,
it would
it's not.
be no different than us asking the county, you know, how you're going to spend your money.
Right, I understand. But I think, you know, one of the challenges is, and I understand, you know, the potential of rehabbing homes, but the whole idea of the workforce housing and what we're trying to do is to get more workforce housing homes, right? And I understand the need to keep people in their homes too, and that you can make that you know, that's a justification. But the whole point of the workforce housing ordinance was to build more affordable housing. Because that's what, you know, that's really, you know, one of the big things we need. All right, well, I appreciate everything.
I don't know if it helps, but we do have within the Entrada annexation area 212 workforce housing units that are going to be approved for site plan this week, with another 200 on the way.
And I will say, you actually do have workforce and affordable housing in the Village of Wellington, but they came to the county for assistance and tax credits, and that's how they were able to build those projects. So we put the restrictions on them. So, yeah, so there is some there, but it was because of what the county was able to help get those projects built.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for the attorney. If we lose, I think it was Commissioner Powell was asking, and how this all would go, is it just the Zone 2, or would that then be the entire ISBA?
No, it would just be Zone 2. The Zone 2 is the only, excuse me, the only property in the conflict resolution process. So we would, I guess, what would happen is we would reject the ISBA in total, and then we would continue to litigate over number 2, and if we lose, number 2 would become part of Wellington.
Okay, well, you've already indicated if we remove 1, 3, and 4, you have to redo the agreement anyway.
Well, we would have to take out all the elements related to 1, 3, and 4, and we would just have to leave in the stuff related to 2.
Does that mean that you would have to then bring it back to us for another vote?
Yes, so I understand that the town has made this motion, but this is essentially a different contract that would be going back. So my recommendation, I can't dictate what the town does, but my recommendation would be if the board approves number 2, we revise the contract, send it back to the town for approval, comes back here for approval.
Well, that seems like this is now then our chance to negotiate with Wellington. If you have to redo the ISB agreement, no matter what, and we don't have to just say, okay, sure, everything you said, just take out 1, 3, and 4. Because as I'm listening to the board, I agree, put it in writing, make it better. And the crux of a lot of what we've been talking about is the workforce housing and this $1 million here, $1 million there. But why can't the 54 units still be a part of this? I mean, why are we talking $1 million here and there? Just if that's what it is, or whatever it ends up being, this is now, you would have to bring us back a different ISBA. And at that point, if it's not to this board's satisfaction, just for Zone 2, we still would then have the option to say, it's still not good enough.
Right, but what Wellington's saying is, you know, they'll accept number 2 as written in the current ISBA. If we make changes.
Do we not have the option to say, okay, counteroffer?
I mean,
we'll
I think
accept
at that
the option
point.
hold on.
Yeah.
We would then say, we hear you, we see you, here's our version of option 2, take it or leave it. I'm not trying to get harsh here. I might be getting hungry, I'm sorry. But if that's what they have said to us, that is also our prerogative to also say, here's our ISBA, what we would like to see into this, because we are trying to come to an agreement. Coulter wants to move forward. We understand that. We want to get these houses in the
Well,
ground.
then,
However, we are giving up some stuff here, and in order to avoid a lengthy litigation, we could negotiate something. You all, staff, could go and talk and bring us back something better, and then if that still doesn't work, then we're having our administrators, and the two boards are coming together.
I guess, why even go through that? Why not just go straight to the administrators and then the two boards?
Right, that's what happens if we don't approve this, then the two boards have to actually come together and cooperate.
So what would the timeline on that be? Because I felt like I heard some consensus on the board that we were somewhat close. As long as we carve out 1, 3, and 4, we are somewhat close to actually getting an agreement with 2.
And the problem with just having 2 is that it makes the other properties contiguous, which makes it much easier for them to then future annexation.
But they have a restrictive covenant, so they cannot be annexed.
Right, so,
Well, one can be.
the contiguity isn't really the issue here. So if we allow 2 to be annexed, 1 still has the issue of not being developed at all for urban
And
purposes.
isn't that why it would fail for 2 if we went to court, because there is no development on it? and
That
the
would be
state
our argument, yes.
For
Change
1,
that
For 2.
for 2.
2.
Our argument for 2 is that it is not developed at all for urban purposes, as required by the statute.
What's across the street? What is, my question is, across the street from 2, is that unincorporated Palm Beach County as well, or is
No,
that
that's the village.
Wellington?
It is Wellington, and it's South Florida Water Management District properties.
Okay.
C-51 canal.
Does that make it contiguous?
Well, that's an argument we make. So there's an argument to be made, yes, it is contiguous because it is adjacent to the village of Wellington. But the contiguity definition also has a provision that says that it's in such a manner that the inhabitants can freely interact with each other. And since that property below is water management, there's no one to interact with. They would have to drive, I don't know, a mile, or not even a mile now. I guess there's the Sluggett property is closer now. So, yeah, they would have to, so that would be but our contiguity argument, I don't think is as strong as the other one.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Flores.
I think I started this, maybe I'll finish it.
Your mic is off.
I think maybe we should just have the boards meet and then let's hash this out. Because it's true, I mean, $2 million doesn't satisfy 54 units or 50 whatever units. So,
54.
and 54 units, right?
54 units.
And it doesn't sound like our representative from Wellington has much of a say, sorry. Into what he can negotiate, doesn't seem like they can negotiate anything. So, if you want to make a deal, come here and talk to us. That's how I feel. Sorry, Ken.
Do you want to make the motion?
I don't even know what the motion would be, other than to tell them to come here and talk to us.
Well, the motion would be to deny the ISBA and to continue with the
Deny?
64.
Right, then it,
Just making sure I say this right, Darren, if they denied, that would effectively initiate 164.
164 has already been initiated.
It
Right.
effectuate the need for the administrators to meet.
Right.
Okay. That's it, I'll make that motion. Deny and ask the Village of Wellington to, let's have a conversation, board to board.
Can I just get clarification that it's not court, it's administrators?
That's right. The process requires to have the administrators meet, and then if they can't resolve it, then it goes a joint meeting of the board.
Okay, not straight to the court.
No, not
Making
straight
sure.
to the
Thank you.
court.
That's good.
Only if there's an impasse.
do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Flores, a second by Commissioner Sacks to deny. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 7-0.
We're not done.
I am. I love you guys, but I gotta go.
Oh, okay. If they had tightened this up, I could have gone.
Mayor,
Commissioner Moreno?
I don't need a presentation for the next item, and it's really just housekeeping, so I would go ahead and make a motion to approve. Item 6B.
There's
No,
we have wildlife rangers text initiation next, which is 6A.
That was postponed.
Okay, that was postponed?
Correct. So
No, the only postponement was that was Happy Hollow.
this was,
Wildlife is not part of the final agenda. That was on the draft
oh,
agenda.
I apologize. I apologize, sorry.
Turn your mic
No,
on,
but
please.
you're correct, the last item is housekeeping.
The Wildlife
evaluation
Rangers
report.
item was just a draft item, so that was never published as part of the final agenda that was adopted today. So our final item is just the ear amendment,
Okay.
yes, which is, I believe, 6A now.
And I have a motion from Commissioner Marino.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Please say the motion carries 6-0. 7-0.
7-0.
We are gonna, do we have any staff comments?
Just one.
Yep.
Mayor, request from Supervisor of Elections Office to add a member to the canvassing board from her office. Member's name is Allison Navoa. She's Public Information Officer, added to the complement of people working with Commissioner Marino on this large task without, with the board's agreement. Previously, we brought you canvassing board members. The board agreed, just asking you to agree to add Ms. Navoa to this list.
Who is it?
Allison Navoa, she is the Supervisor of Elections Office employee. She's the Public Information Officer. The request came from the supervisor to add her to the canvassing board team.
Do I have any objections? Commissioner
And
Marino?
I'll just fill that in a little bit. There are times when Wendy can't be there, so someone from the Supervisor of Elections should be there, and this would be her person. So I would make, if we need to make a motion, I'll make the motion.
Yes, please.
I have a motion by Commissioner Marino, a second by Vice Mayor Woodward. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Please say that the motion carries 6-0. Any other staff comments? Whitney?
If I could just publicly acknowledge Tweeshet for her work with us in the county. She is no longer, as of Friday, she's no longer going to be with us. So I just wanted to thank her, even though she's, of course, not here anymore, but just wanted to publicly acknowledge all the work that she's done, especially on the CTMP. So thank you to her.
Thank you, Twee. Attorney Darren, any comments?
No.
Okay. Board comments, right to left. Commissioner Marino. Commissioner Powell.
Second what Whitney said. I didn't know Twee was leaving, so thank you, Twee, for your work. And that's it. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same Batman time. Let's see if we can go for longer tomorrow.
No.
We love you, buddy.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Thank you, yeah, and congratulations, Twee, and good luck on your next chapter. I did want everyone to know I have a new addition to my District 4 family. Connor Bernhardt, that works in my office, welcomed their baby girl last week. So when you see him, congratulations, baby girl Bernhardt. Thanks.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to just thank staff. A very long day for you all. So thank you. Thank you for all the people behind the scenes that do all this work as well. I know that aren't here, probably not even watching this right now, but appreciate all of your hard work. And I also just, yesterday during our meeting, they had talked about, one of the items was the fact state had not finalized paying for the changes at PBI. And I've been told, in fact, the state has come through and it was signed today for an additional $6 million to cover the costs so the county taxpayers are not having to pay for that.
Thank you for the update. I have 3 requests. The first one is the approval to establish a subcommittee regarding the data center moratorium, and I was working with Whitney to kind of bring back that process to us. Something I had in mind was that each district, each commissioner would get their own kind of appointee, and then have subject matter experts to work with while we are trying to develop new data center regulations. Is there any objection to a subcommittee of stakeholders, each district commissioner getting an appointment, and then subject matter experts? And I'm sure staff will bring back to us a more detailed how that would work. Commissioner Marino.
How are the subject matter experts determined?
Staff, not me.
Yeah, we would bring that back to you. It'd be like a sub hoc or a subcommittee or a committee that you would designate, and those appointees would have to have some sort of subject matter expertise in some area that's relative to these code amendments, which would be energy, water, noise, some of the issues that we're dealing with. It could be logistics, it could be some of the other, have actual consultants that are doing data center work, to have that kind of expertise.
And as we're trying to fill this out and we have an appointee per district, are there any qualifications or recommendations for those appointees?
That's what we would bring back to you. We'd give you some guidance and guidelines in order for you to make those appointments. They would be criteria similar to when you're making an appointment for the CILB and there's a contractor that needs to meet a certain trade certification, that type of thing. We would give you some guidelines to make that appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
I just have a question for our appointees. Would they be then participating in some sort of meetings and then advising us as a board?
Recommendations that go towards our process. Commissioner Sachs has that one resident that lives in her district that I think has met with all of us. I think would be, like a great person there. I have, residents who live in Arden who would probably love to potentially participate.
This is good.
Just for myself, I would want to make sure that I'm briefed on absolutely everything, and we might have some long meetings. I wouldn't want to rely on an appointee to kind of
Well, they will work
tell
with
me.
staff, and then ultimately the decision's up to us.
Yeah, I think when we were speaking, it was something to be like an advisory board, like the zoning commission or the planning commission. They would maybe make a recommendation on language, or we'd work through language, depending on their expertise. They might, and we also have an RFI out to try to get a consultant on board that would actually have the subject matter expertise and the knowledge that would be working through those code amendments with us and staff. And so they potentially could go through this subcommittee and they could give feedback on those recommendations before coming to you, or it comes straight to you without a subcommittee. So that's completely up to you all, whether you would prefer the subcommittee route to work through some of those details, or...
Are there any concerns on the timeline with the moratorium for us to put all of these things into place and then be able to actually issue the new, because we have a year?
From September, potentially, September 24th. So, we'll see, because we're trying to, we've got the RFI out until September 3rd, I believe. So we'll see if we get any respondents for a consultant, and then we'd have to come back to you. But I think we'd have to come back to you with some of the criteria, too, for a subcommittee. So you could, at that time, determine whether you want to appoint that subcommittee or not.
Okay, I just don't want to, I want to make sure we don't get ourselves to a point where we can't create this new category in the timeline with the moratorium, because creating a subcommittee that goes to them, it comes to us, it may have to just come straight to us. I like the idea of it, but we are on a clock with the moratorium, so just.
Commissioner Weiss?
Do that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious why we're not just looking at other jurisdictions, because we're not the first to do this. Other jurisdictions have already encountered this and have come up with appropriate zoning for them. Why are we reinventing the wheel when it's already been invented?
We would like to. We started going down that road of making the regulations on staff-led, but we do have a lot of people out there that might question question staff's ability to really bring that kind of information.
Residents want to be
So
heard ultimately.
they want an unbiased opinion, so to speak. So, and subject matter experts that are actually so for instance, Mr. Brown, he's been sending us a lot of information.
Yeah, it all comes from AI, though, by the way.
Which I'm not surprised, but it's a lot to dissect and interpret.
Just
and
give it to
staff-
AI.
And, right, send it through AI. So that's what we could do, but I think the board would, from my recommendation, I think a consultant would be the best thing moving forward, even if it's just a finite, we work with them on developing and confirming that this is the latest and greatest, and we need to bring that to the board.
I mean, realistically, you've got, under our jurisdiction, right? We don't have jurisdiction over power, right?
Correct.
That's not, so
Right.
you really have, you have a siting potential, where you're going to site them, right? And then, the things that we can control would be noise and water.
Right,
And-
and there are other high power generating types of uses that are also emerging, and there could be things that we are not even aware of yet that's emerging in
Well,
that.
that's why I originally, and also I think why the state also went with large load users as opposed to trying to define, what they're doing with these, with this. So I just think that, and I'm not disagreeing that, if, I first think, the public being involved, I think is really important. They should have a seat at the table, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing necessarily that, if that makes people feel better, that we have hired somebody independently, but I think the basic work has already been done.
Yeah.
If I may.
Commissioner Sachs,
Yeah,
you're
thank you.
recognized.
I think that anytime we can make it more transparent, and I love the idea of each one of us having someone, and I love having, staff look at it. I think that this kind of brings it around to the entire county, and I like the idea. Secondly, Twee has worked here for so many years. I'd love to have a recognition of her when she's here, if we could do that, if it's okay, Mayor. And the third thing is, if Commissioner Wilton Simpson does come, and I think he will, I'd like to have all of us to have a reception for him and to meet with him and to discuss, if you want, any future plans that you'd like to have for the Department of Agriculture. But going back, I think it's a great idea. Whatever we can do to spread it out, the transparency is a wonderful idea. So I'm
you.
with you on that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward?
Thank you. I just did want to know, when did we agree to do an RFI for a consultant? Did I miss that?
It's just a request for information, just to see if consultants would, be interested, and then we would bring it to you to see if you wanted to proceed with that.
Okay, because
So-
usually that seems like that's something the board would have a discussion and give direction on. I would think, but
I think it's information that we wanted to bring to you as we work, because tomorrow, when you are hearing the moratorium, we would, we preemptively are seeking information to see if there are consultants out there that might be wanting to potentially work in the county and help us with these regulations. So we are preemptively doing that, and we'd like to bring that information back to you all. But it's not a cost, there's no cost factor, it's just soliciting the information to see if anyone's interested in potentially.
but there would be a cost factor if a consultant
If
comes
we
on
ended
board.
up, yes.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I wasn't sure that there was going to be a paid consultant to tell us about data centers. I think that I'd like to discuss that when it comes up. I do like the idea of having, look at Gary Brown is definitely in this. So if anybody else has something like that, just to get it transparent with all of us, having a paid consultant, we'll discuss that later in front of the board, I think is a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then
Snickers.
I have two off-site proclamations that I'd like to request. An off-site proclamation declaring August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day in Palm Beach County. I have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor? Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 6-0. And the second one would be an off-site proclamation declaring September 25th as Dolly Parton Day in Palm Beach County. I have a motion by Commissioner Weiss. Second by Commissioner Sacks. All in favor? Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 6-0. Thank you. That is all for me. I want to thank staff and everyone who participated today. Have a great one.